Welcome to the Smeth Den. Boys and girls. Welcome to the Smeth Den. Oh look, you can hear myself. Isn't that nice? Let's stop that. Okay. Gonna be talking to TunaChip in a second. His computer is restarting. He had some issues, which I completely understand. While he's doing that, might as well get some headphones on. Ooh. All right. Oxytocin boy has entered the den. That's right. So I think we're going to be talking about monogamy and polyamory, but also the relationships between men and women there within. TunaChip's really smart and thoughtful regarding. He has a way of thinking about everything as a form of automation, and he has a way of articulating it. It's very interesting to listen to. I don't know if that will play into this conversation, but yeah. Let's see. In the meantime, you might notice that I'm a genius, but that's not different. That's just the same as always. Hello, Erin. All right. I might as well. That's about as good as it gets with that harmonica and me. Tomorrow, Sarah, Neil, Teresa is going to be doing a stream, and I might hop on. She's doing her stream at 6 p.m. EST. I might hop on and ask her some questions. She's pissed off about Destiny's Discord and Reddit, and she wants to defend herself. She was banned, and then when she posted about it on the Reddit, she lost all her karma and wasn't able to reply to any of the comments, so she wasn't able to defend herself. So, see what she has to say. Okay, well, I'm waiting. Why don't I do a little bit of reciting? Laptop soup cup my nuts, fuck my butt, cuck my wife, eat my guts, suck my farts, filthy sluts. Little cheesecake, with a little foot feet, fake the naked bitch, stagnant lake, ankles deep into the stank and deadly blanket, rotten canopy of poison, black and poison leaf above me. Can you hear me breathe? Feed me fetus, fish from Jesus. Feed me meat, I eat clitoris. Spitting bars, baby. Builder Bobby Daffodils, the laughing pills I'm slapping. I used to fart, the poopy part of life can't start until you're sharp. I can't see you lightning, feel the nightmare outside seagull flight. Flight risk killer lightning. Being right is wrong, tonight I lied. Oh, look at that. We've got a call. And Discord crashed. What a wonderful application.
Holy. I don't even know if you're in here.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, Mr. Robot?
You got me Oh, am I making a robotic voice right now, or are you saying because the way I look?
You're making a robotic voice right now.
Oh shit, really? Okay, let me check what
wait,
what
actually,
microphones.
wait. This is probably me.
Okay.
Okay,
I
fixed it.
It was okay, it's good?
Yep, it's me. All right. Sorry about
Okay, cool. I'm gonna be starting. I've got like a little like romantic song opening, and then it should be just like a little bit, and I'm gonna play my
right
go
now,
live
just so you
while I
know.
do that.
We're live right
okay,
now,
cool.
just so you know.
Sounds good. Hey, what's going on, Smeth? Smeth chat? Ooh,
Smeth
my
heads.
God, Smeth chat. Absolutely. Okay. I'm still just getting everything. I had to reopen literally everything. So annoying, but you know, that's c'est la vie.
The other day before that Wick panel, I had to reinstall everything, too, and re-log into every possible account.
Makes sense. That's fucked.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked.
Do you want me to have a background, or do you like coda keying out your guests? Because I can give you this green, and you can coda key it out. It's really up to you.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
You know what I mean by like make the green disappear, like green screen me? Do you know how to do that?
I don't know how to do that.
Okay, then I'll give you a background so there isn't just a big stark green effect on your screen.
Sure.
But I can show you how to do that in the future also.
All right, that might be nice.
It might be mean. It might be the worst. I'm going to give you the background that I'm going to be using for a majority of the video anyway, so you might as well have it. Cool. One moment. And sweet. I'm going to get everything going now.
All right, that's good.
Fidium Fiber is here.
Fidium Fiber is here
for customers. Get a dedicated fiber connection with symmetrical upload and download speeds.
Is that me or you?
No data caps, no bundles necessary.
What?
Gig speeds,
Fidium
awesome
Fiber.
prices,
Like I'm hearing an
better
advertisement.
experience.
Oh, I don't know nothing about that.
Oh, it's me. Well, now my chat knows Fidium Fiber is here. Pretty wonderful. The garden of earthly delights. This is the Smeth den of satanic pleasure.
The Smeth den?
Oh, can you see me?
Ooh, not yet.
There you go.
Hey, what's going on, Mats? I just added those today. Matt, don't redeem those until later in the day, obviously. Though we're just getting stuff started up here now. Hey, what's going on, Big Bird? I'm posting a go live to Twitter, everybody, and then we'll go ahead and get this started. Smeth, the crowd can hear you. That's pretty good. The mic is so loud. Well, that's good to hear.
My mic?
I think he probably meant mine. We'll talk. Chat. What's the difference between? How do you hear the balance between mine and Smeth here? Go ahead and say
voice
something.
is like this. Sound like this. I can get closer to my mic, and I can sound like this.
Yeah, I think from the bars alone, it seems like we're good.
Yep.
Why am I a blur? Well, I'll tell you, Matt. Because we're just the beginning. We're just beginning. The mics are good. Sounds good.
So you've got a whole performance ready for me.
Oh yes, I've got the whole intro. It'll be quite romantic.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna start
Go for it.
typing. I noticed. So I have blue keys on my mechanical keyboard, and if there's
Clicky boys, yeah.
if there's ever dead air and you're like streamers that like will be like searching something or something, there's dead air. The blue keys solve that problem. Because
Oh, that's funny.
yeah,
If they're nice and especially if you have like high quality ones, real thocky or whatever they say.
mine my keyboard here was made in China by someone who's never seen a rainbow before, because it goes green.
Because they're homophobic.
No, because it goes green, light orange, dark orange, red, blue, purple, light blue, green.
Oh, I see it now.
It's
That makes sense.
it's wrong.
It's very wrong.
So whoever made this works so hard in their sweatshop that they have never seen a rainbow before. That's what I'm guessing is the case.
I'll take that as probably strictly correct.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm about to get us started. Hello, chat. How are we doing? Oh my God, I have multiple chat windows open, and I know why. Let me fix that. Wee. What's going on, chat? It's the return of Jacques Tuna. Jacques Tuna, French Tuna, is back just in time to talk about polyamory, talk about le ménage, perhaps more than trois. I'm talking here with Smeth. Smeth, go ahead and say something here while I go ahead and get your
me.
face pulled up.
That's me, Smeth. You can you smell what the Smeth is cooking?
I'm really hoping they can. Let's get this starting soon out of here. We have officially begun, and what that means, we can get rid of this very silly music from a terrible country that no one cares about or cares for. Okay, let me put you on here. Big Bird, Matt, how are your day going? How's everybody feeling in chat? I should be able to properties. There he is. The man, the myth, the beauty.
The genius.
Some say. But it's been controversial to make such bold claims. Let me get you nice and framed in here. Nice and framed in. My word. It might be my best work. It might be my master work. What I've done here with you. Let's get that like a half and half, and there we go. We can see you. Beautiful. We love to.
I'm not black,
Bonjour,
but I'm half.
ami.
I'm not black, but I'm
Le
half.
tuna de fres-
I got it all in the shaft.
It's all in the shaft. It's all in the shaft, baby. Okay, Smeth, how's your day been?
Good.
We didn't really talk a hell of a lot before this. We've been on a couple of panels before. We've
Right.
talked in DMs for a little bit. So I don't know a shitload about you.
I
Um,
like you.
You
For
like me?
the first time that you started messaging me. So this was after our after my stream with Elder Drazi about polyamory, and you were in his chat, and apparently you thought I was a moron or something, and so then you started messaging me, and from the tone of your messages, I was like, I'm scared. Like, first of all, I was tired, but also I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm getting so sick of this guy. But when I listen to you talk, I like you a lot. So I like you a lot more in person than in text.
No, that makes sense. Well, I was a little antagonized by some of the things that you were saying. So I think
Okay.
so I came in with maybe different energy than is my usual energy also.
Okay.
I'd like to think that I'm one of the better people. Sentence ends there. You know what I mean? I'd like to think I'm top tier. No,
So-
I'm gonna give myself a solid B plus in terms
Hold
of
on.
humans.
I think I've. Oh yeah, there you are. Wow, we haven't been seeing you this whole time. Look at you. You're
Oh my
beautiful
God,
little
put me up.
Frenchman. You're a Frenchman. Wow.
Listen, I'm glad that you finally. Matt's here asking us why we look like brothers. Well, that's just what happens when a couple of quirked up white boys
The same age,
enter
have
the
a
room.
mustache.
Yeah, with the swagger and the stash, truly.
Yeah.
In fact, here, 1 second, I could even, if we had coordinated, and I might just go ahead and convert at some point, if for some reason the Francois loses its touch.
I could convert to yours too.
Really?
Yeah,
Do you want to
even
French up?
with the scarf?
Do you want to French up with me?
Not really.
Okay, well, that was a hateful decision you made today. No offense taken, I suppose.
Well, I have to
I
go
won't
find my
be-
clothes. I know I've been neglecting my chat so far.
Oh,
So-
well, start converting that neglect into actual factual abuse.
All right. Okay, I want to start talking to you. All right.
Okay.
I want to
Ooh,
start.
yeah.
I want to start riding that mustache. Let's go. So, what was it that pissed you off about my conversation about polyamory? That's what I want to know.
There were
you
a couple of
remember?
things, but I think it's going to be hard for me to remember right now. We
Yeah.
might be able to just get into the thick of it and the shit of it by just talking about it raw. But I think the main thing that came to mind was, and it's sort of it's a consistent feature when people are talking about polyamory, is something along the lines of like, people always talk about it in like this weird way. I don't know how to describe it better than saying people are always talking about polyamory with a lot of like really defined features to it, and then judgments based on those predefined features that seem like they're not actually inherent features of it. And I don't like the ambiguity that comes of it. But then there was also something going on where the way that you spoke of relationships in general seemed so full of like weird, what I would consider like neurotic preoccupations that I don't understand. So I was a
Okay.
little bit frustrated with the fact that you were taking your personal desires for relationships and putting them onto other people. And that's at least how I interpret it, which is like, and this is a thing that I see a lot with people when they critique poly people. Even though I'm not a person that is polyamorous anymore, a person who is like still open to the concept and thinks that it's totally sufficient, people tend to say things where they're dragging, I guess, their own values, relationship values into something and sort of saying, because this doesn't work for me, and I understand me to have the right sort of baseline human needs, then it's a worse system. That's basically what my initial hostility came from.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Right. I believe that especially after talking to Elder about it. I believe polyamory can work for people. But I think it's incredibly risky, and my main contention still stands that I think there is something you lose in foregoing the lack which you are filling when you open up your relationship. And that lack is part of your relationship with one person. And so the true intimacy does not replace the lack with something else. True intimacy includes the lack. But like true, like complete intimacy, not true, like complete, like full, like utter intimacy. You know what I'm saying?
I've got a big disagreement that's maybe really formal. I think that people shouldn't fulfill roles in people's lives. I think that that's actively bad. That's masochistic. TTV? I don't even know what you mean. What's masochistic for answer? So when I'm thinking of relationships, I think that relationships should be understood as not having defining features that are like I'm looking for a partner and a partner has X, Y, Z. I instead think each individual person in my life has a most ideal form of relation between the two of us, and I want my relationship to be whatever that most ideal is. Do you understand what I mean by that? So like if between me and someone that I'm mutually sexually interested with, we start having sex, and then that person has sort of a feature of like catching feelings of desire that they want me to fulfill in addition to that sex. What they're learning and what I'm learning through the iteration, even when they come out of synchronization with one another, what we're learning is basically what we want out of the other person, but we're not actually, when we focus on just that, learning what the best type of relationship between the two of us would be. The best relationship between the two of us is going to be whatever is found in the Venn diagram between what we want out of one another. Do you get what I'm saying there? So when I talk about a lack, if I talk about sort of like, when you talk about a lack, the first thing I'm thinking is, well, I don't think that just because you want something that you deserve it. I don't think that just because you want something that a partner is not a good partner if they don't fulfill it. I think that that's stupid. In fact, I would say that's like the worst opinion to go into a relationship with.
Sure,
So
but
if
that's the
you're-
lack. That includes that. That's kind of encapsulated in the lack.
Sure. But why are you then thinking of it okay, so let's say that you have a partner and you're dating. Let's say you have a boyfriend, girlfriend type situation, very, very typical, monogamous. And between the two of them, one of them has a much higher sexual libido than the other. There are only two ways that this is going to, two main ways that this is going to end. Either the relationship is going to have one person who is horned up all the time, but can't have sex with the other because the other one doesn't want to have sex. So then they're just jerking off a bunch, but maybe they're frustrated with that. They don't even want to jerk off. They want like sexual intimacy in the proper sense. So then what we have is either a situation where somebody's going to have sex they don't want to have, or someone's going to have to forego having sex that they want to have. Most people would then say that that relationship is untenable and that those two people should break up. I think in situations where those people believe it's untenable, those people should probably be opening up the sexual dynamic of their relationship.
I don't believe that that's how sex works. Sex drive works. I think sex drive, the explicit like glands stimulate. It's like for both sexes, it's the glands stimulation, orgasm, drive. Is masturbation will fulfill that to a T, and also the creativity part. I think masturbation actually is more creative, usually. and it's like a lot of work for it to be the other way. Like it's like a full-time job for it to be the other way around. You do it sometimes, but wait, well, let me get to what I'm saying.
Okay,
But,
sure.
So what I'm saying is, I think that the person-to-person sexual intercourse is actually more than sex, an act of intimacy itself, and I believe that if you are not getting that intimacy from your partner, so you don't have to, so in my world, you don't need to be fucking like you can be cuddling and doing all kinds of like shit, and I don't see any reason why you necessarily would need your.
I'm minding what you're talking about while you're doing
Oh,
it. Sorry.
okay.
Like, this is the cuddling. This
Okay,
is like,
okay.
I guess
Okay.
it has a bit of a groping appearance. Keep going. I'm still listening to you.
Now I appreciate what you're doing. Okay.
I'm also simultaneously something of a mime with the shirt. So
Okay. Yeah. So, I think that I think that if you are not getting the intimacy you need from your partner, that's not a sex thing. That's a deeper thing.
sure, but
That's a
why do you
problem.
think that I don't think it's a problem. Well, I mean, you could consider it a problem. It's like subjectively a problem, I guess. But like, to think that that is a problem that has like that the only solution is sort of the blow the dynamic up solution seems wrong to me. Like, that's my main issue with the way that people tend to talk about it. This idea that, and if you look at most relationships, like marriages, there is this is at play all the time too. People do become just like less willing to engage in intimacy with their partner, sometimes for reasons that have nothing, that have no reason to just be repaired. It's not always a problem that needs to be repaired. Sometimes it's just like, I don't want to fuck. I'm 50. You're somehow still horny. I'm not. So what?
I'm saying that I think the intimacy is includes horny, but is not limited to.
Okay. Well, what if it's also, I never want to touch you ever again?
That I think is like, I genuinely don't believe that that is tenable. I think that that is an issue that would be suggestive of some bigger things, some bigger dilemmas in your relationship to them.
Okay. I agree when we go to the farthest extreme. Really quick, what is polyamory? It's just marriage with fuck buddies or other romantic partners. So polyamory answer is not that. Polyamory is any situation where two partners that would typically, due to their level of intimacy or their level of like social agreement around their relationship, be monogamous, but instead they make a formal agreement around under what conditions they are able to like have sex with other people or do other things with other people. Basically, it's what some people have called like moral cheating as sort of as a quirky way to say it, but it's down to just like, it's relationships that have exceptions and the range of those relationships. So some of those relationships are marriages, some of them aren't. Some of them are just like, so we have a friend, Elderdrazi, and his relationship, he has a wife and he also has a girlfriend, and they all three of them live together, and all three of them are intimate with one another, both sexually and otherwise. I don't know if they're all romantically interested, or I sort of assume, but that would be like a type of polyamorous relationship. Another type of polyamorous relationship would probably be the most common one, which is just two people during college have like an open sexual dynamic, but they are also the main people that are like in love with each other, and they probably like either live together or spend a majority of their intimate time together. That's the most common polyamory.
Just before this stream, I was talking to someone about potentially engaging in polyamory.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not totally against it, but I think that it is it's sacrificing something from that monogamy has. I think it's a sacrifice. I think it is lesser than.
I don't think that it's lesser than. I would say that it is fundamentally different, and it definitely has things that it gains and loses. But this idea that it's like a positive and negative association is kind of silly to me. Also, what's going on, Packets? Welcome in. The easiest way I would say it is, if you need exclusivity. Maybe you're a person that's just like, one, I don't believe you. One, I just don't believe you. I don't think that people have identified needs. I think that people can set boundaries and people agree to them or don't agree to them. But I don't believe people
That's
when
not
they say, I need this.
That's not what I'm saying
I
at
think
all.
that,
Like you're arguing with someone that's not in the room. What I'm saying is you
I'm not trying to say that with
actually
you.
you might be addressing what I said about intimacy. So that's true, but I think that what I didn't mean that that's a need. I'm saying that's a problem. If to not want to be intimate with your partner at all in to any capacity, that is a problem with you. I'm not talking about their needs, but sure I see how you're getting that. What I'm saying is to truly be intimate with someone, like thoroughly, when there are never they're never going to be perfect for you. So no matter what, they're going to lack things that you want, and for you to not accept their lacking of things that you want and replace that with something else, that to me is that is a loss in your relationship. The act of replacement is a loss.
I disagree with you. Now I'm gonna put this here. You are accepting their lack. You're absolutely accepting it. Not accepting it would be to say, sorry, I'm not allowed to give you, I'm not willing to give you A if you don't give me B. Right? If I was to say, the thing that is crucial to you, part of your uniqueness as a person, is that you're like, let's say, I'm going to make a hypothetical between the two of us so that everyone can have a little bit of fun on the chat. I'm saying I need 10 hours a week of intimate time. Doesn't have to be sex. It's just like I have like physical touch and that's like a thing. And you're saying, I don't like that much. And I'm like, well, you know what? That's fine. I want 10. I said I want 10, but I know that you're only willing to give 5. I know this is crazy, but we're just doing this for the math. We're saying that 5 that isn't represented, that I have a desire, you would consider that a component of the relationship. That substantive lack is key to the nature of the relationship. But you're not dating the relationship. You're dating the person, right? You're in a relationship with somebody. Just because the relationship was defined at some point as 5 out of the 10 hours I want out of a person can be easily extracted from them, but the other 5 exist there as like a sort of pining that I have, but is never really fulfilled. I don't think that that's necessarily like a good or better thing than full satisfaction. And then 2, I don't think that you're actually like doing anything bad by then saying, well, I want more than that and you're not willing to give it. Between the 2 choices, between the 3 choices, one of them force you to give it either through guilt tripping or just like assault. That's the worst of all of them. To me, then second worst is me staying here in desire.
Mm-hmm.
And then the best one would be, so long as everybody agrees to it, I get 5 from you and I get 5 from someone else.
I do not believe in complete satisfaction, like as you have said. I believe that the lack, no matter what, will be there, and it's not only within them and what they lack that you want, it's going to be within you, and no matter what you consume and no matter how much you consume, I think there will always be a lack. And I think that and that monogamy is an acceptance of that in both yourself and in someone else. And so for me, so it's truly like an embrace or a radical acceptance or embrace of death drive even.
I agree that there's like an acceptance quality to it. There's nothing inaccurate about that to me. I just don't think that the acceptance of it is better. I see it as just like a choice that is also a legitimate choice. Right now, me and my partner, my girlfriend, we are monogamous. We don't sleep with anybody else. And it's not by sheer lack of libido or anything. Both of us probably, I assume her as well, but I have people that I wanted to, I guess I could try to sleep with them, but she doesn't want me to sleep with other people. And I don't care enough to like throw away the relationship we have based on that. and that's like a firm boundary for her. But if I was dating somebody, if she instead didn't have that as a firm boundary, maybe 1 or 2 times here or there, something would be convenient for me and I would do it. That's like fine by me. And I don't think that that would be a situation that changes our dynamic in a negative way.
Why
I would
are
just
you so
say,
confident? Why are you so confident that it wouldn't? I think there's a high risk and potential there.
well, what's the risk? That's the first thing. What's
So
the risk? What are you scared of?
so in so in monogamy there is a massive amount of commitment and like I believe like so something that I believe is that you should never like you cannot. I believe that polyamory is way more transactional. I think you're inherently thinking way more transactionally when you're engaging in polyamory, and you can, fuck, I lost my train of thought. It's because you're fucking walking around. I'm too
Sorry.
retarded for this shit. It's fine.
Here, let me.
What?
Does this make you feel a little bit more human?
Yeah, maybe.
That
I
you
don't
know that I'm in a big green room, that there's something even weirder happening?
It's pretty
Then
cool. Pretty cool setup.
Maybe that'll humanize me a little bit as I move dimension. It's like, oh, they're just in a room. They're just in a room.
I think there's a lot of risk. But I think that you have to know. So for me, love, you cannot. It's not fair to make someone tell you why they love you. It's not fair to make that kind of transactional state. I think that's incredibly inappropriate to do.
Sure.
And for you to engage in polyamory, it sort of forces that question, and it makes you weigh yourself and evaluate yourself in certain ways that I think are unhealthy, and that's where a lot of negative feelings can come from. And that risk is there. I think to say it isn't there is also a lie. And so like it just inherently forces that unhealthy dynamic.
That's interesting to me. So I understand what you're saying, although I have maybe a core disagreement. So if your main point is sort of this idea that transactionality to you is bad, being aware of your object presence inside of another person's life, the fact that you are an object inside of another person's life that has key features that make them like you,
Yeah.
being made too aware of that to you is a negative. That's like you and polyamory sort of begs that question inside of your mind. It requires you, even if you don't address it consciously, hyper consciously, you're probably more aware of it than otherwise.
Because you're going to be thinking about what other people give to them. So in that way, then so in your communication in polyamory, where you're communicating about what's going on, then you're talking about what they're getting from the other people. You're talking about their relationship and what they like about them, and in doing that now causes you to have.
Wait. So I've done a lot of relationships. You don't have to do that.
So but like then like so yeah, you could. I have done polyamory before where you don't do that and you just kind of have it there in the background, and those also ended just kind of abruptly, both from my end.
Is that a bad thing to you? That's that.
Yes.
We can cover a couple of things. So you think that a relationship ending is bad?
Abruptly like that? Yes.
Why
It's
did
unfair.
it end abruptly if that's not too personal?
For me, when it was from my side, it ended abruptly because I knew that I was in a polyamorous relationship, and it was a hyper sexual dynamic. It was like a very fantastical sexual situation, and I went on a date with someone else, and then I was like, well, shit, I don't want to risk this for that. And then, so I just like, oh, fuck it, I'll just tank it. There was only 2 dates, and then just had no relationship after that. But I just gave it up, and I didn't really feel too bad about giving up. I felt like I had lost an object. I felt like I had lost like a toy.
Sure. I
And
get what you mean.
yeah, and so like there's just some inherent
Did it
lack
make you
of
feel bad?
yeah.
Do you feel bad that you thought that way about the other person? So
Yeah,
like a
and
guilt
I
thing?
never truly felt fulfilled in that situation.
Well, fulfilled, but I mean, like, do you feel like you did something bad? Did you feel like you were like breaking your own values or something by the fact that when they were gone, you were like it felt like you lost an
Well,
object?
I hurt their feelings for sure.
You hurt their feelings. That was a part of the relationship ending.
Yeah, it was just abrupt, and it was like at first like I talked to them. I'm like, I'm gonna go on a date with this person, and they're like, all right, well I'll send you a picture or whatever. And then they asked for a picture, but I was busy with this other person, and then I was thinking about it while I was with them, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna, I'm calling it off. I don't want to be thinking about you when I'm doing this. I don't want to do that, so I just called it off. Um, but that relationship was extremely sexually fixated. Um,
Sure.
and it also was long distance. And so it was a long distance sexual relationship. Then I had a real life relationship, and then I was just like, well, I want actual like intimacy, so I just forgo. But like there was, it was like in the height of COVID, and this woman, like, she wasn't ever gonna like meet up or anything. It was like annoying. So I, yeah.
Um, there's a couple of different directions
Oh yeah,
to go with
I
this.
remember what I wanted to say. Sorry.
Oh yeah,
So
go ahead.
so
Yeah, say it real quick.
I'm not against polyamory, and I don't think it's necessarily going to lack intimacy. Like I was alluding to. In that case, it did.
Sure.
But there's just some layer of lack of intimate. There is a lack of intimacy that comes with seeing other people. It's just
I see what you mean. I have a pretty core disagreement, but maybe it's because the intimacy that you feel is different than the one that I do. I so here are a couple of things for me with polyamory. And I've done a lot of different forms of polyamory, and I've done a lot of things. I've had partners who very explicitly want to know the details of all the things that I'm doing with other people. Not like sexual details, but just like, well, maybe rough ones, cursory ones, so that they can know whether or not somebody's been entered into sort of like a flesh pool with us. But I've also had ones where people actively did not want to know anything. They were like, "Do not let me know. I don't want to hear about it. That's bad for me." Probably closer to you in terms of what they sort of feel, which is that it would make them feel and understand this sense of transactionality. I've had relationships where I've dated somebody for like 3 years without any explicit agreements, and we're having sex and we're hanging out and there's like physical intimacy, but we're not dating and we don't talk when we're not together. I've had all manner of things, and I guess the key feature that's present in all of them, the only key feature, because they were all like radically different to me, the only thing was just that I didn't feel like it made sense, and I didn't want to tell them what to do with their life or tell them what to do with other people. I thought that was wrong to do. I was fine with them making boundaries and saying like, hey, I'm only going to do X if you don't do A, something like that. Or like, I will only have sex with you if you don't have sex with other people. I'd be fine with that, but I would never be fine with putting that onto somebody else. I think
I'm fine with
that
it.
is itself worse than objectifying a person.
I'm
There's
fine
a
with
form
it.
of capture there.
I think capture's better than objectifying.
I think capture's like I think I am against ever telling anybody what to do. Pretty explicitly.
To me, it's family, and family means capture. They go hand in hand. And
This is another thing we kind of talked about in chat. I don't have any sense of family. That's not a thing I care about.
so I want to be more revealing of my emotional state right now, because like I said, just before this stream, I was talking to someone about potentially being in a, like sort of a polyamorous relationship, and this person may not be watching right now. So
Yeah.
that
It might even be me. Keep going.
yeah, definitely. And so when I was talking to them, they asked if that would bother me, and I said, I think there are positives and negatives, and I think that I might appreciate the positives more than the negatives in this case.
Sure.
And so in this case, it is long distance for like any reasonable, like a short term. For the short term, it's going to be long distance.
Okay.
And I am now becoming like a public person and a streamer, and I'm getting more attention, and it's like it's easy for me to like flirt with people.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
so that's like, oh well, then if I enter into a monogamous long distance relationship, then I just kind of have to cut myself off of that, and be more stoic, and so
Not necessarily.
that doesn't seem
Not
so
necessarily.
sure, not necessarily, but potentially. I mean, it depends on where you negotiate the boundaries.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Um,
More stoic. I can say that.
Yes.
More. Strictly, it will be more than the
I mean,
default relationship.
by default, I'm gonna be stoic enough to not become Andrew Callahan.
Sure.
Okay.
And right now, what you're looking to do is loosen those screws, get a little bit closer, but not completely all the way to Andrew Callahan. That's what I'm hearing.
I do not think that. First of all, I'm not talking about like.
First off, if you're gonna become Andrew Callahan, let me give you some advice. You're gonna need one of these. You're gonna need one of these, buddy.
A condom.
If you haven't applied one of these before, it's pretty simple. It's
he doesn't use condoms.
Just go ahead and you're gonna go ahead and want to put. I think that was part of the call out. Yeah, I believe at some point that there was thing where
I'm not super versed in the whole drama.
There was a big part of it is that he doesn't reciprocate head, which is such a silly thing.
That is
like,
that is a non. He's allowed to do that, not do that if he wants. Like
it shows such a lack of confidence in the actual offenses when people like package these like secondary, third, fourth. It's like if he did something fucked, just say it and it stands alone. We don't need to character assassinate somebody by saying not only is he a rapist, but when it is consensual, it's also not good sex. Yeah. It's like, roll it back. That's useless information. Just tell us the truth.
I believe that if, so I don't know if he was like, he's like famous, but I don't know if he was like, if I was, I wouldn't want to flirt with like a fan, but I would flirt with another streamer, or I would flirt with someone that I met that wasn't like met through watching my stream or something. I don't know.
I think that,
I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure that out.
I got a thing. A lot of people, including like the fucking H3 tweet, a lot of people say that, and it's really easy to say from a phone or from a computer. But if someone's hot, if someone's sexy and in front of you, I think it's a much different thing. And if you're at a party, if you're drinking, if there's someone who's hot, I don't think that you're going to care that this person knows about you. You might even actually be put into a place of mind where it's like hot, the fact that this person knows stuff about you and that you are sort of like, because I think a thing that men don't get, and when they do get it, it's like novel in a way that it can be very attractive, is admiration and sort of like a level of worship that the female form gets by default.
Yeah,
that
well,
men
I wouldn't
don't
say
necessarily get.
I talk about this actually specifically. I've been talking about this a lot. I recently had a gay man who was trying to convince me that women will never, and the word I would use is desire. Women will never desire a man the same as a man desires a woman. he's trying to convince me this. And he's like fucking trying to turn me gay. I know it. And now, and you know, and it's true, because if that was true, it would be a horrible fate, I believe, and it would make me want to be gay more. And I do not think it's true. But he was doing it from like this evolutionary psychology bullshit. You know, women just could never. I do not agree. And then I had people like coming to my defense, giving me like science and like fucking like statistics, like to prove like that that's not statistically reasonable and stuff. Anyway, I would say desire.
I see what you mean. It's a funny thing. So if you are gonna be in that relation, like a lot of people's critique of the Callahan stuff.
You're frozen. All right, he's frozen. A lot of people's critique of the Callahan stuff is hello.
Men sexually.
All right, hold on. You cut out.
I'm not frozen. You were frozen, and now, hello.
I don't know who was
Check
frozen,
one,
but you
check
were
two.
frozen to me. I was frozen to you.
You were frozen to me as well. Okay, let me roll.
Okay.
Roll back the tape.
A lot of people's
Let's go ahead
critique
and do
of
it.
that Andrew Callahan situation.
Yeah, so the thing that happens with all of these different dynamics with when people are calling out like famous men who are like getting into sexual infidelity, it starts first as a call out of this guy's bad like this person's sexual impropriety or someone's sexual assault or bad consent, but then it always becomes an opportunity for all women to open up the grab bag list of frustrations they have with having sex with men. It never stays a conversation about this person and like how bad rape is. It then becomes, which I'm not saying rape isn't bad, but I'm saying it never stays on that conversation. And it really should, but instead what happens is it becomes men don't reciprocate in sex. Men's approach to sex is fundamentally dissatisfactory to women, yada, yada, yada. Eventually then men in response have to have all of their frustrations with women, and it always turns the conversation to something that does push forward this narrative that gay man was talking about with you, which is this idea that there is a fundamental break between how men and women currently think about sex.
It perpetuates the patriarchy, basically, by having that fixation. But we're branching off, but I don't care. Something I believe is really good. Something I want to do myself as a public person or a content creator or whatever. Is I want to, so I think like, so when we have these scandals and stuff, we fixate on like, oh, well, men are just like, they're not good enough at sex and it sucks for women. And that puts like, these expectations in women's minds that then reinforce their negative behaviors towards men, which reinforce their negative behaviors towards women. Instead of fixating on those negative things as a man, I want to fixate on I want to be that sexy man that wants a active participant in sex from a woman. You know, I feel let down by women that they're less active as a participant. You know, I feel outrageously let down by that, and so that I want that. I want that equality. I want to be equal, and I want to be that sexy object man too. Where'd you go? Are you gonna do a mime thing?
No,
oh shit!
I was just unwrapping the headphones. I wanted to go full Smeth for you really quick. No, the hat's in the other room. I was like gonna crawl out if you talked long enough. I can hear you everywhere. I have speakers throughout my room that connect to the Bluetooth. No, I agree with you. I think that it would be, and this is kind of the frustrating thing. We talked earlier, and we can kind of shift into gender about. Okay, so not just as a content creator, but as a person in general that has sex and exists in the world. I think one of my main frustrations with the dynamic between men and women is that nobody wants to be the gender that they are. Everybody just wants to be like desired as an object that fulfills like a category coherently. And they tend to be a woman or tend to be a man seemingly because it fulfills a desire of being like a coherent object that is able to be desired by others and that they have like a good way of knowing it. So the best way to describe this is like, I don't think men really want to be physically, they don't really want to look the way that a man does nearly as much as they want to be desired, and they understand that women desire, and then there's this archetype of man.
That's not
and
how
they
I
model
frame it.
themselves.
That's not how I frame
What'd
it.
you say?
That's not how I frame it. I wouldn't use that language at all. Maybe you would still say what you're saying, but with different language. But because maybe we're just having a clash there, which is annoying.
So you have one more button than me. Let me fix that.
Oh yeah, okay. Your shirt's more baggy, so I have the advantage because it shows off my shoulders a little bit more. But
well, you know what? I've got more shoulders to show off. So if I fucking chatted you out, I'm just kidding. Keep going.
I have some deep fucking shoulders. I row.
I jerk off with both hands.
I jerk off.
Not even just
I jerk off in full. I go into gargoyle and like into like a Slav squat, and I like will do like.
Big boy? You think you're big, bud? I'm the big one in this chat. You don't know what big is. You want to talk about big? I've been sizing up, brother.
I love this.
Okay, in real.
Yeah, something nice.
What's going on, Portland?
What was I?
Listen, I'm not angry. I'm just.
No, I can do that with this. But
Oh, you can deep fry yourself?
Yeah. What is it gonna do?
I want to make a little channel reading where we do it. You have to lock your knees to come. Listen, if you need to put your knees in a dirty little chastity just so you can nut off, there's nothing wrong with that.
I change positions. I try all kinds of different things. I'm constantly experimenting. Every single time I jerk off, I'm a fucking scholar. I'm on the cutting edge. All right. This guy's fucking setup is cool. That is fucking cool. Where did he possibly go to get? Okay, he went to get a hat. I thought you were going to go jerk off.
Listen, I'm trying to be you, and then we have to kiss. So are you fucking ready for this or not?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you're talking about fucking masturbating.
Yeah.
This is every man's fantasy. Every man's ideal first gay sexual encounter is literally the mirror.
Yeah.
Come here, big boy.
Well, no, wait. It's not going to work because you're not on my... This is... I don't know what to say right now. Okay, this is what he's doing, guys. Oh, fuck it. Hold on. You gotta stop. Don't stop. All right, there you go. Okay. All right. Wait, go do it again. Do it again. Wait, no, you have to go to the edge. Go to all the way.
You gotta get back in position, you dirty damn dog.
Go to the.
Listen, you know what I'm gonna be doing now.
I could change my pants so that I have the same pants as you.
Listen, that's not the reason you need to change your pants. You're gonna change your pants because you fucking nutted. Be honest with these people.
Yeah.
From that previous... Oh, hold on. I gotta tuck this hair in.
Yeah, that's the trick.
That's a tech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to be a positive example of male sexuality, and I want to demand women be an active participant in my sexual relationships, and I want to be the change that I want to see. And I don't want to focus on how shitty men are. I want to focus on what I want, the good. I want to focus on the good things that I want to have and expect. You know, I don't want to focus on how one side is shitty. Like, I do criticize women, but that's because nobody has criticism of women or is allowed to hold them. And so I don't want to fixate totally on those, but I want to focus on the positives.
No, I see that. I think that, so what I was trying to say about the relationship between men and women here, and maybe there's like a pivot that can be made because it like wraps into this. Men and women's desires don't often match the performance of them trying to be desirable. So men, regardless of how masculine the sexual role that fulfills them most would be, like the most like dominant versus submissive, are sort of have to like at least in heterosexual Obviously, homosexual relationships have a much wider range, but the straight imagination for male appearance is much more narrow. Guys are gonna like make themselves look the way that they think women want men to look. Men and women are sort of out of touch with what one another want in heterosexual couples, it seems a lot. And what happens is that you'll have a lot of like misfires that happen because signifiers of like, I don't know, this looks like I want to party and play with the capital T right now. Like I'm looking like I hit it with the meth. And I'm not going to the club looking like this.
You hit it with the Smeth.
I hit Smeth with the meth, okay? Listen, I've got more condoms, buddy. You think that I'm just going to ride you raw because you wanted to go for a second ride?
You know what?
No, I run it safe every time.
Condoms?
Every single time.
You know what's better than a condom?
Are you going to say being in a monogamous relationship so that you don't have to use condoms?
Sure. Well, that's just, you can be in a poly relationship. It's called fluid bonding. But, you can, it's better than a condom is, two things. You take a fucking STD test and you fucking pull out.
Maybe. Depends on what your worry is. I have my own little neuroses about this. I think of my cum as a poison. Make sure to wear a seatbelt. Listen, that's very true. I'm not gonna be able to rip through this
So
thing.
do you think pull out?
This is an old condom. I thought it would rip easier. There we go.
Do you think that the pull out method doesn't work?
It's not that. I don't want my cum to touch anybody. Period. Now, me and my current partner, we do that now. We're monogamous, and I've sort of like tried to burrow through the discomfort, but no. I think that giving birth is murder on like a very cursory level. So the idea that I've put the risk into the world, the statistical chance that a child will be produced, I feel like it's like double homicide. You kill the woman because you force the woman into a situation that she like a new life, a one that she didn't agree to. And very often that means like a total loss of freedom. And then you give birth to a child that will eventually die solely because of your choice without you knowing whether or not it would be okay. Going into the antinatalism stuff is like its own fucking thing, though. So I have a very cursory discomfort with the idea of.
I have eaten. Okay, I like went through a phase in high school where I ate my own cum on different diets so that I would know what it tasted like, because my philosophy was if I'm going to feed it to someone else, then I should know what it's going to. I'm like a chef, and if I'm going to feed it to someone, I should know what it fucking tastes like. My conclusion was it always tastes like cum. It always tastes like cum, no matter what. And I've had women tell me that my cum was like delicious and they liked it, and that they swallowed my cum where others wouldn't. I don't know. I find that concerning. I don't think that I'm diabetic at all, but I don't know.
Well, so I understand that. I wouldn't be too scared about it. If you want, you can come in your doctor's mouth, and maybe that'll give. You can come in your doctor's mouth.
What you do is you do what the ancient Vikings did, and you come on the floor next to an anthill on the ground. And if the ants eat the cum, that means there's too much sugar in it.
I know that they actually did that with piss, but I do like the idea that it was cum. It's pretty based. Hey, listen. If the anthill becomes like engorged after too, then you've probably accidentally made the first like ant human hybrid species, like the mule of an ant and a human. That could be pretty cool. Ant-Man, literal Ant-Man. We got a little bit off track. So yeah, this like dynamic between men and women. First off, I think a big thing, women are dissatisfied in bed with men, and I think one of the main reasons, or a lot of women are dissatisfied in bed with men, and I think the main reason, there are a lot of men who are not tops. They are heterosexual bottoms. They are strictly heterosexual bottoms, but because it's out of the bandwidth of acceptable sexual identities for a straight man to be a bottom, and I don't just mean like a penetrative bottom, but sort of that frame of mind of being the proceptive versus receptive in terms of pursuit and behavior.
Yeah, they're beta males.
They're beta males. and they want to be like they want to be pillow princesses, and there's no way to communicate that in your aesthetics. There's no way for that to even be acceptable to yourself. So you have a lot of these men who, because I talk with girls all the time. So every girl's telling you that your cum is delicious. Well, women, yeah, I know, I'm real popular. No, but I'm friends with mostly women. No, my point is, I hear from women all the time that men are not going down on them, and men are like lazy in bed, or like after they come they'll be done and they won't do anything afterwards. And it's like all of these popular complaints that are out there, whether or not they're said personally or they're said just out in the ether where we don't really know how big of a deal they are, it seems to all stem from one thing, which is men don't actually want to do sex.
Well, I would not say it that way.
Done.
Okay, I'm gonna reframe it again because I think you're wrong, and I'm right. I think it's that. Why does you always leave the frame?
Go ahead, make any critiques you want, because I'll clean up right after. Tell me I'm wrong, motherfucker. Tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I think that everybody's default is to be a pillow princess, and it's gonna take work to not be a pillow princess, I think.
I actively do not like having people touch me. I hate blowjobs. I hate hand jobs. And I don't think that it's like actually like a default. I think that this idea.
Wait. Let me expand a little bit. I think
Sure.
I think to be a caretaker takes a lot of self work and personal development. I don't think you're born a good caretaker. You're born a psychopath, and you learn how to be a good caretaker.
I see what you mean, but instead of saying that by default people are this and then they become this later, I would instead say that both of them develop and one of them can develop, and probably for most people develops earlier, right? Like I definitely think that the desire, okay, because like why are kids grinding their cock on the fucking carpet? Because they like physical stimulation, sexual stimulation before they have any idea of what sex is. It's a physical stimulus. So I understand that. But the idea of wanting somebody to do it to you is a second stage. I think the biological default is that we have a body part that feels good when it's touched. So I understand associating that with like bottomness, but it has nothing to do with the actual sex act of receiving stimulus, because that's actually a mental thing. That itself is like a whole extra layer. Being cared for is more than just having the care, having the problem solved. Being cared for is a desire to have a person act out the care. So there are three things here.
Someone in my chat just said that they doubt that psychopaths are indeed statistically pillow princesses, and that kind of.
That's another. Yeah, that's an easy one to look at too. I think that psychopaths are like they have top energy, but they have like bottom desires. You know what I mean? The type of person that like uses a person as a human dildo or a human fleshlight, regardless of just depending on what they want. The type of person that does that, they're very much so not a bottom in that they want to act out and they want to be in control. It's about control. And I think being a top is all about control, but it's not about doing something to someone and using, because like, okay, I'm mostly really interested in the act of doing sex, whether or not when I've done it with women or men or anything, it's all about the act of doing. Because I like it's like being a pro gamer. If you're good at it, it feels good. And if you're not good at it, it feels good to then become good at it. Like if you're not naturally good at it, it feels good to figure out how to be good at it. That's like sort of what I think the non-psychopathic top would be. And then what you have is people that are in a top position who have no desire to give other people pleasure. All they want is their body to feel good and for them to be in control. That's a dangerous combination.
That doesn't really fit the way I experienced it. For me, I learned how to I think I was a bottom early on, and I definitely was, and I wanted that a lot. No women were prepared to do that for me. You know, something I had a conversation with Brittany Simon. I told her that I've done a lot of. I have a tattoo that says "Cummies Band." I've had a lot of
Hey,
I'm a fucking
come
pervert.
is banned. Come
Cummies,
is banned.
cummies band.
Okay, cool.
Okay, and so I am a pervert and I've done weird shit. Okay, but in all of my experiences and travels, I have never had a woman that was could match me in my creativity or like my like like what I could do for her and caretake me. And one thing I told Brittany Simon it was I've never during BDSM type things common experiences. One the person receiving will start crying and they'll have to use a safe word because they're experiencing like a break of their boundaries or something. Like they're learning about themselves in that way, and that's when you stop and you caretake. No woman has ever brought me to that point ever, and I don't know what that even feels like, ever. And I don't even
Yeah.
think it's like most women won't do that.
Have you ever been put to like what they call subspace? So, chat, if you don't already know about some BDSM stuff, we'll cover some stuff really quickly.
I put myself into subspace every day. Um,
By
but
logging into twitter.com and reading the I'm just kidding.
no. But
Uh
yeah, I know subspace very well.
so Answer TV says that they are an expert of subspace. Um I think that being pushed to the limit of your like sort of so yeah, if BDSM and sex in general, being like the recipient partner of sex in general, has this like key feature of wanting to do something to your body that can't be done while it's being done to you. Like that's what the partner's for. So like either for like okay, so one, I can't punch myself in the face. I don't have the leverage for it. But also, if I was punching myself in the face, the pain and the survival mechanisms inside of me would make it
Right.
harder.
And
Theoretically,
that's why you need to sacrifice agency.
yeah, that's what people in BDSM bottoms are doing. And some people in normal sex also. There's like, frankly, a level of sexual stimulation that probably, for most bottoms, is not attainable while also being the one doing the thing. So that's the cool
Right.
thing about sex in that way is that somebody gives somebody something that they want, but they can't actually give themselves. It feels good as the person who's doing it because you feel uniquely valuable, and they're like, they could not have done that without me. They wouldn't have been able to
Right.
get there. You wish that you could get there, but you find that women aren't able to bring
Yeah,
you there.
so I've become very good at bringing women there. And the better I get at it, the more higher my expectations also become. So like so it's just like I'm it's a curse that men I feel are put into this lot where if you're a male bottom your their chances of fulfillment are very low. So I think a lot if you're smart you're going to learn like the skills and how to appreciate like the doing it for someone else, and you'll never have that fulfilled, and the better you get at it the worse it's going to be for you to ever get that fulfilled. So that's why I think that's why I said earlier that I believe that people sort of default to the bottom, but maybe I'm wrong, but that's where that feeling comes from.
I see what you mean. I actively never want my partner to reciprocate the things that I do. And I don't think that that's like some kind of like trauma response thing. I think it's like, because it's not like something that I used to want in my early sexual acts and then didn't later. I've never wanted that. I've never wanted a blowjob. I've never wanted a hand job. I want to do. For me, the idea of having sex done to me or being the way that I think about it sometimes is the location where sex is happening is disgusting. I
Okay,
hate that idea.
well, I can almost match you because I feel the same, except I don't want things to be done to me. I want to do, but I want to do because I've lost agency and I'm forced to do. So like I'm into like denial and like chastity and stuff. So
Sure.
I actually do want to be the actor, but I want to be the actor because the other person is so domineering that I'm actually not the actor.
You want to be like a service actor, but a pure service actor, separated from without agency. I understand that. For me, I'm not like so I hate I'm not a person that has much like directed sexual desire. We're a little bit closer than you would think if that's your description. Because for me, now I don't find pleasure in the act of being forced to do it. I actually actively hate that. That's disgusting to me. But what I
That
do
makes sense.
find and what I enjoy is like knowing what the person wants and then engaging in doing the thing and then like doing really well at it. I find it's almost
Yeah.
like a loadout or like today's weekly challenge in a game or something. I'm like, we're we're gonna try and make this person come harder or faster or more times than they ever have before or something like that. That's the type of thought that is like exciting to me in sex.
Mhm.
But I'm not thinking to myself, oh yeah, they're telling me to do this thing and I think it's so hot that they're telling me to do the thing.
Well,
Most of the sexual experiences I have are actually pretty silent, frankly.
for me, oh, dude, man, we're just gonna go back and forth and just fucking like jerk off with each other. We could just do it fucking forever and endless.
Now we can move off of the sexual experiences thing. So this is a key thing to me when we're talking about sort of the sexual dynamics that create the conflict between men and women. And one of the main reasons that people are like, probably one of the biggest reasons that people are having bad sex in heterosexual couples, has to come down to this like lack of a real, honest dialogue between the sexes about sex. And there's more so like a type of posturing. Some people will talk about like this idea of women. So women will say, God, depending. So a lot of like the lesbian separatists, their whole thing, which is that penetration is not actually sexually desirable. And then straight women will be like, yeah, it really is. But I think that the truth falls somewhere in the middle, that there is something that is pretty bad about the fact that for straight women, almost all sexual experiences have to be where they are the recipient of a penetrative process. That is actually actively oppressive. That is bad. And then similarly for men, the fact that every sexual experience for them is understood as having to be a form of initiation, men hate that too. So what we have to do is find a way of escaping the dynamic where in order to have sex as straight people, you have to fall inside of this like easy to imagine, sexually desirable partner for a hypothetical person and instead have like very direct and honest dialogue and also self-dialogue, right? Explore in your own mind what you actually want out of sex and not just what are you doing because you have sort of come up believing that that's what sex is, how it's defined for you with your body and your identity. Like, I know that I've gone through that process, and one of the hardest things was getting to the point where I'm just like, I don't want you to suck me off. I don't want you to touch me. I don't want that shit, period. Two things. Now, I might be on a deeper level of repression than others, because for me, it's very possible that the reason I don't like it is because it doesn't match my own self-contrived sexual identity, as opposed to one that has sort of been like developed inside of culture's default, where men like blowjobs and I've sort of convinced myself of an alternative maybe, but I'm not really pressed about that. That's sort of an argument I've had with Drazi before, where Drazi doesn't think that anybody doesn't like receiving sexual pleasure, or that. And I really think that is like actually a capacity that some people have, and also, frankly, it's the capacity that a lot of people want out of a partner, whether or not they're admitting it or not. A lot of people just want a partner that performs. So that's one of the main reasons I'm critical of myself, is because I know that I grew up with low self-esteem, and I definitely like developed my sexual identity at a period of low self-esteem. I could have been defining myself as a tool, and like moving forward with that kind of idea. So that's my own self-critique. How have you sort of thought about like, or do you think about like why you want what you want, and if is it are like
Yeah.
are you worried at all about things that you don't think you want would actually be good? Do you try exploring that mentally, or what?
Oh yeah, I
It's
try
a
all
weird
those things.
thing.
I try all those things. Oh yeah, I explore all those mentally. I have made myself more gay now than I have ever been. I have
Outfit.
I've explored every avenue, every up and down. I can jerk off to a chair just imagining someone sitting in it. I can jerk off to a shoe. And that and
Just imagine
in that
sitting.
in that like to get like I can't just look at a shoe and jerk off, or I can't just look at a chair. I need to get into the headspace to do it. And in that when you said like when I said earlier, I get into subspace every day. I'll have to get myself into the mind state and it's always like a challenge, and I'm always exploring.
So that's interesting because to me, hey, what's going on, Joe? Is that a? It's a blushing face next to a shoe emoji.
The shoe's tough. The shoe's tough.
The shoe's tough.
The shoe
I mean, it's a leather shoe.
The shoe
It's a leather shoe. Of course,
is truly a subspace place.
I think that's not how I use subspace when I use it. My understanding of the term, to me, subspace is like a place of thoughtlessness. It's like, so the way that I understand subspace as it's been described is that you're in a position where you're being like, okay, so I understand it from the condition. Someone's like bent over and they're being whipped and beaten. And the idea is to have them experience the sort of ego death, the total submission of the self. There's not really thought in that moment. There's just a total release.
Well, for me, there's always more layers. Cause for me, it's always more complicated. So it's like on top. So like I basically fit your description of what you said, like wanting to be the one doing the thing and like giving it to someone else. Except I want to give it to someone else because I want them to have utter agency. So I want to give it to them, but I also want them to have like total agency over me giving it to them. So in that, then I get my sexual gratification and pleasure over their role that they're playing in me. It's the same thing, but it's layers on top of each other.
Are you almost fucking yourself in that instance then?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because their orgasm is my orgasm. It's truly a place of empathy and really generally like putting myself in like in their shoes and compassion and empathy, and so the shoe. They're not experiencing much. You have to get and for me to enjoy the shoe is a challenge, and it's like I have to put myself in the space where I'm empathizing with the person who is getting so much pleasure from me being utterly serving, to the point where I'm not even giving them any physical pleasure whatsoever, such that but they appreciate that like that fact that I'm so. And so then I truly have to experience ego death, because in order for like them to want me to be so low that I'm not even giving them. It's just like there's like so many layers on top of layers to get to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing what you're like on some level. I'm hearing you say something along the lines of like something like you're engaging in masturbation challenge runs. Like that's one thing.
Yeah, well, I also censor the porn so that it's like harder, like I don't get as much visual stimulation. And I also go into poses and I try. So like everybody, I noticed that at least for me, there'll be like a sitting position where you always do it from, and it's the easiest to finish in that position. And if you change position, suddenly it's a lot harder. Yeah.
Yeah. You know when she's sucking you off and it starts feeling like radio static?
Yeah.
Sorry. Hi, NZ. Hi, Zoobs. I just wanted to make a quick joke. Say what you were saying again. I partially ignored you. By the way, we got a question here. Do you like being ignored? How did that feel?
I'm not sure if I like being ignored or not, but I can like being ignored.
You can put yourself in the space of liking it.
Yeah, but yes.
Which seems to be true of all these different things that you have. Is that you are able to put yourself into a place of liking these things, but you don't necessarily have anything that you like.
Because I value their agency so much that it's all about an empathetic experience where their experience is now my experience. And so I just have to. So a shoe is hard because it's hard for me to imagine someone enjoying me enjoying their shoe. That's really hard for me to imagine. So that it requires like a lot of ego death and like brain rot, I guess. I don't know. Like I or that not only brain rot, but like I just need to have such a complex network of scenario going on there for that to work.
Hey, we got some new people in, so I was gonna just go ahead and have you introduce yourself. This is Smeth.
I'm Smeth.
Smeth, go ahead and tell people about you. Zoobs is in here. Izzy, say hello to everybody. The ladies of the stream.
Yeah. I'm Real Smeth on YouTube and Twitter, and I'm Real Smexy, and I talk about bullshit. I don't know. I don't like to.
He talks about bullshit.
I need to get gooder. I need to get gooder at describing myself, at promoting myself verbally. I need to get better at talking to the camera. I'm good at having these conversations with you, but the talking to the chat, like I can read a chat message and respond to it directly and be good at that, but I'm not good at like talking to the chat. You know what I mean? The whole thing.
The proverbial chat.
It feels,
by the way,
very strange to me.
I'm gonna go ahead and say something really quick. I have to depart for a bit. Izzy, thank you for redeeming the darts. I'm gonna throw 2 darts for Izzy here. Smith, here's the little thing we do.
I saw you do that.
Dartboard. Yeah. Well, we're gonna do it really quick. Yeah. I think that's a 2, but we'll confirm if it's a 2 or 3 in a second. Your second dart was a bit of a flop, admittedly. Now let's see if you get through. That's a 3, baby.
Smack from the rear with something nice and big.
Hey.
Is it?
Are you in love with Lav? Is that true?
Me?
Or do you even like her at all?
She's a friend. I used to hate her.
Ooh, that's a yes.
I used
By
to,
the way,
I used to
Izzy,
hate her.
you got 3 darts now.
We have a adversarial friendship.
Interesting. I have a lot of criticisms of Lav pretty frequently. I've replied to a lot of Lav's tweets and talked with Lav in a couple of non-direct ways, but at the same time, actively ignore following her. I hate seeing people's naked body, and she just posts it willy goddamn nilly on Twitter. I got 3 darts for you, Izzy. You got the triple dart here, so let's go ahead and get that nailed out really quick. That's a 2. You got a 2, which means I die in the game. See you guys later.
Well, now that he's dead, I'm the real TunaChip. I'm gonna chip off the old cock and convert to Islam.
The reanimation spell has been cast. I'm back. I'll throw one more. Say something about music. I got a sexy little beat playing in the background right now. It's not that good. It's just some fucking shit, generic shit. Hey.
I cannot fucking match your energy.
Look at this guy. We look just like each other. Illegitimate, I do want to throw one more dart for you. Here it is. And get back to the busy biz. Okay. We can't be convinced if you don't. Wait. Say. Oh, okay. He was asking you to say something about music so that you can be convinced that you're me. Makes sense. I got some hot takes for music. Ricky Martin is better than the Beatles. I just made that up now. But that's pretty hot. That's a hot take. Tweet it. We need a hot take music Twitter bot right now. I feel like being critical of the Beatles has become a cold take, actually.
Yeah, the Beatles are fine.
They're like fine, but like it's become really hip to be like, actually, they're bad.
Dog versus cat.
Dog versus cat? Well, listen.
I think
usually,
Cats are retarded. I don't think that. I think cats are like. I don't appreciate a cat's love nearly as much as a dog's love. I think that cats are very demanding. A dog will let you love it. So I really take a lot of pride in like my massaging and petting skills, and they go hand in hand. And a dog, my big German Shepherd, comes up and she gives her like her neck, and then it goes along, and then she goes along to her butt, and I scratch her butt, go up along the body, go along the spine, go to her arms, go to go along the spine, and I'll do a little bit in the ribs. And
All's very much so in line with your previous narrative about wanting to give others pleasure.
Yes.
It extends beyond the sexual dynamic. I too like dogs.
And a cat.
I hate a cat. You give love to a cat, it runs away.
Yes, and it bites you. You've overstimulated or something. You have to pet it exactly like it wants. It like even though you know how to pet it in a way that's gonna really do like you can't do a good job. You just fucking pet me just like this, and then I'm gonna. Cats are just stupid. They don't know what the fuck they want.
Yeah, no, I agree. Sorry, I got a very weird text from my girlfriend. I'm gonna just go ahead and say, something slightly sexual from my girlfriend. And I was just like, why am I reading this right now? I was like, I thought you might be hurt. She's sick. She has COVID right now. I like every dog I've ever met. I've never met a dog where I didn't like it. The neighbor has 2 dogs. I'm not going to say, because I'm not, you don't know where I live, so you don't get, I'm not calling the damn cops on them, but I straight up think that the way that they treat their dogs is like borderline abuse. Just like a level of neglect. They leave them outside. I was directly told when I moved in, because I went up to the fence, because they're just sweet little guys, and I was just like looking at him, just like looking down and going, like smiling at him. The dude came out and he was like, who the fuck does that? Stop fucking interacting with my dogs. Who the fuck does that? And I'm like, first off, everybody. Second off, I'm not like reaching over the fence. I'm not putting my hands up on that. I'm just looking at them. I think they're cute, and I want to give them a little bit of attention. And through the fence, he was super mad about it. And I think, and the way he described it another time, because he got mad a second time, because I like looked over. He doesn't want me to regard his dogs. And the reason why is he wants his dogs to be guard dogs. And he puts all these beware of dogs. They're sweethearts at heart, but he's intentionally making them like be neglected so that they think of humans as a threat. He doesn't want other humans. And it's like, dude, I live next door. I think your dogs are smart enough to know the difference between me and a home invader. But whatever.
Yeah. I have a German Shepherd. Sorry,
they're shitty. Sorry, yeah, I was going to say, they've become shitty because of this treatment, but I still love them to death. Because you can still see, and what they say, the bulldog front, the sort of like, every bulldog, every tough dog, just like every tough person fundamentally, was like born a puppy and kind of still has that like internal sense of like innocence inside of them. It's just like under the pastiche of performance. I've never met a dog where I can't see through that and see like the vulnerable core that I love in every single dog. They're fucking amazing animals. Cats, they're gonna eat you when you die. You know what I mean?
Dogs
they're gonna
do
eat
that.
you when you die.
Dogs do that
They're
too
gonna
a lot.
try to eat you if you just don't shower for a couple of days.
Dogs do that too, by the way.
They do that too, but like the cat is honest about it the whole time. Maybe that's one reason to like the cat. That's maybe why cat owners like them.
Dog eats
honesty.
you because it loves you so much, and like it's grieving, and it eats you because it's out of grief. I think, like because I've had dogs that like they're like when you're like if they get into your room when you're on there, they'll just start licking your pillow sometimes because it smells like you, and they're like, I love this, and it's because they love you. And I think when you're dead and you're just laying there dead, they're gonna be like, you know, I love you, and I don't know you're not moving, and I'm gonna just start eating you. You know.
No, I get that.
I was gonna say German Shepherds. If like so, I'm pretty into like animal-human relationships and different human-animal dynamics. And one of those rabbit holes I go down sometimes is like hybrids between animals and humans' relationship to them. We've bred multiple times half wolf, half dog hybrids, and multiple times we did it. as an attempt to make better military dogs, like for killing people. But it turns out that it's not good because they're going to be way too skittish and they're not going to be like the right mentality. And the best dog for killing people is a German Shepherd because of how obedient they are. And so I would say that the best guard dog doesn't have to be abused. It has to be outrageously obedient, right? It doesn't have to be mean. Like my German Shepherd, she's incredibly, she's a fucking sweetheart.
Mm-hmm.
She wouldn't be able to defend herself, but if you were to attack one of us, she would snap.
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's maybe. So you point out maybe the. By the way, Zoobs, thank you so much for the gift subs. Camaraderie, Desperado Sensei, Maximum, if you're in the chat, go ahead and throw some love back at Zoobs for that. There's a relationship of bond. So, it reminds me a little bit of, how people used to say that they didn't want gay people in the military because they didn't want the men being distracted by sexual and romantic relationships between them. And then we find that there have been tons of military gay people in the military throughout the history of war, and they're really good. They tend to be some of the most passionate fighters, and it's one of these things when we're talking about a dog. And
gay men are better fighters.
Not that they're better fighters. That people who are if there were ever there are tons of famous military couples that fought together, and they were very much so some of the better fighters over history, because theoretically this isn't just my brother, my comrade. This is literally the love of my life.
You ever heard of the fighting girlfriend?
A fighting girlfriend?
The fighting girlfriend is a famous tank from the Russian military, I believe. And I think it's the Russian military. I'm getting which place it's from. I just know the story. I'm pretty sure it's the Russian military, and I think it was against Germany. And but I might be wrong about that. But I know that the story is true. Okay, so her husband dies in war, and she spends a whole shit ton of money. She takes all her savings from her family to buy, because she wants to go kill people now. She just wants to. Yeah, so she's like, I want revenge and want to go kill people, which is kind of fucked up. And she takes out a whole bunch of money, and she buys a tank, I like a Panzer, I don't know what the fuck, a fucking tank. And because the only way that they're gonna let her do it is she gives the government the tank, and she's comes with the caveat, I have to pilot it. And they're like, okay, well, we're gonna make this a publicity stunt, and they trained her for way longer than they trained most people. So she was actually extremely competent, and she did a really good job. And now they have a tradition where they always name one of their tanks the fighting girlfriend, because that was the name of her tank.
That's cool. That's funny. The history of women, but just the history of lovers in combat generally is really pretty interesting. There might be some books on that. I'd love to see we always say love and war get juxtaposed in all kinds of bits of fiction, but it'd be pretty cool to see if there's a book about love and war in a very, very literal sense. We just got a dono. Izzy, thank you really quick. We're gonna do this. I want you to play along with me, Smeth. There's a little thing that we do on the channel. I'm sure you're familiar with the Wordle, right? Everybody knows what a Wordle is.
I think so.
But have you heard of the hurdle?
No.
Do you know what that is? The hurdle. So let me open this up for you. Yeah. I would just have to wait for you to say no. So the hurdle is like the Wordle, but for music. It's ran by Spotify now. It wasn't always, but now it is. And basically, you get 6 guesses, or educated guesses at the song of the day. If you look on stream right now, or I don't know if you want to mute the chat or whatever it is so that you can hear the audio of the song. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the background music that we have playing right now. We're going to try to figure out what the hurdle is. And everybody in chat, really quick, I'm putting up a channel point thing. Y'all get to guess whether or not you think we're going to get it. But we'll go ahead and do it together so that it's a communal thing here.
All right. So
Zoobs, you're heading out. You got to go to bed. Have a good night, Zoobs.
So are you using OBS?
Yeah, I'm
Are
using
you-
OBS. Let me check really quick what
Can you
what
route-
audio I'm sending you.
Yeah. Are you
I might
using
be able to
voice
switch my
meter?
audio. I'm not. So I'm using Wavelink. I'm using the name brand, baby.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and check what I'm sending you. I'll just send you my stream audio.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna have my voice though. So temporarily, or is there a way for me to send you like OBS?
If it was voice meter, you could just click the audio into the right channel and add it to the output channel that's going to Discord.
Right
I don't
now, I'm seeing whether or not there's a virtual OBS. There isn't. Here, unmute my stream temporarily, or actually, you know what? You don't even have to pull up the hurdle. Just go to like Google the hurdle, and you can listen to it yourself on the side, and just give it a little sample, and then just put fake guesses in, and then you can hear it on your own.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That'd be easy.
Just Google
That way
hurdle.
your chat. Yeah, just Google. It's Wordle, but with the word herd instead of word, with an A, not like hurdle like cattle. Although that'd be a good one too.
It's
Okay, everybody, I'm putting in a prediction. So the prediction is going to be star prediction. Will we get the hurdle?
How do you spell this?
Hurdle. It's like HEARD and then LE.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, I'm opening this up for 2 minutes, y'all. 2 minutes while he gets it set up. Just put your channel points in there. If you get it right, you win the channel points of the opposing side.
What is it?
Simple
What
as
is
that.
it? I'm playing it.
Oh, you're listening to it?
Yeah.
I haven't even started listening to it. I was letting you load it up. Okay, so I'm gonna give them a few seconds to put their points in. We've got 15,000 bet on the idea that I will not get the Wordle. If you have points to spare at all, put them in the idea that I will. You will get paid fat dividends if I get it. We got some big negativity in the chat right now. A lot of naysayers, doubters, haters, in fact.
I don't think you're gonna get it.
You don't think I'm gonna get it just from the small sample that you got?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a fucking bear market for believers right now. I mean, for doubters right now. There's so much already invested in it. You're pretty broke, Izzy? This is how you're gonna get your fucking bag back. This is how we get the fucking bag back.
I'll have
It's
to say.
gambling time, boy.
Hmm.
You just don't think that I can get this? What do you think? You're 50-50? 50-50? Are you singing along to it right now? Hold on. What's the who wants to be a millionaire stress music? Let's put that on for a second.
I'm gonna put it on something.
Can we do it?
Where's my volume here?
Do we have what it takes, chat? Will I get the hurdle? If you've got points, put them in positivity. There's so much points to win here.
So much points to win.
Holy shit.
Let's go.
Holy shit.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
It begins now. Our current bet is like a 3-digit number versus a 5-digit number. So if you win, you're gonna do great. Here we go. The first sample here. Don't you know I'm too good for you? What is this? What's the name of that artist? She's that girl that always has that. This is Billie Eilish.
No fucking
Billie
way.
Eilish. This is Billie. Don't you know I'm too good for you?
What the fuck?
Something da ba da ba da da. I'm not sure the name of the song. Is it called? There's so many Billie Eilish songs on here. I've never listened to her before, but I know this chord. Don't you know I'm too good for you?
Don't you
I'm just
know
looking at names
the
here.
Muffin Man?
He's trying to get me off the fucking scent.
Muffin Man.
He's got money on doubt right now. Okay, I know this is. Okay, I'm gonna say everything I wanted. Okay, I'm fucking right though. I don't know the name of the song.
I'm gonna say
I got it on the.
swing.
How the fuck am I so smart?
Swing
Take
low.
that hat off.
What is
fucking Amazon drop ship that hat to me right now. You're not the genius. I'm the fucking genius, brother. You think you're at the genius bar getting a fucking blowy?
I think if you want to be
At the genius bar getting
if
the
you
blowy.
want to be considered a genius by Amazon, you're gonna have to pony up $20, motherfucker.
It's $20. Did
I
I,
don't
get
know.
it? No, Izzy, but I knew what song it was immediately. I just don't know the name of it. So I'm just gonna keep
That
guessing.
doesn't make
Billie
you a
Eilish song.
genius. It makes you someone who's listened to Billie Eilish before.
I haven't though. You want me to look up my play history? I've just listened to this
You
song
have
once in my entire life.
Once in your
I'm
entire
saying-
life.
Yeah. I'm telling you right now, literally, I have only one time. I know that's hard to doubt. I have no idea. Okay, I'm
It's
just
hard
gonna try
to. It's
different
hard to.
names.
It's so hard to doubt.
Oh my god. It's gonna have a sad. It's gonna have a sad name, I think. So like goodbye, maybe. Okay, we're just guessing Billie Eilish songs that have sad sounding names. Lovely with Khaled. I don't know about that. Happier than ever. That's the everything I wanted was the first one. 6 feet under. I don't think that would be it. When the party is over. Goodbye is what I guessed. Listen before I go. Ooh, that sounds like it could be something like this. It's got to be one of the fucking popular songs. It'd probably be one of these first things that gets pulled up. So let's look at the highest ones, because this is the fact that I know. Okay. I'm gonna try When the Party's Over. Yeah. You doubted me. Take your ninny
right.
ass back home. I don't fucking care.
There you have it, folks. We
Oh
got,
my god. I'm literally a god. I'm a walking, talking Jesus Christ himself. How the fuck did I get that?
Billie
Guess what?
Eilish, tuna chip mustache.
Manage prediction, choose outcome. Did I get Did I get it? Everybody, look at right now. You need to look at your channel points number when I hit this button. Look at it. Remember this moment. It's probably pretty big, believers. Holy shit.
All right, I'm gonna do my guess now. I'm gonna guess that it's When the Party's Over by Billie Eilish. And let's submit this. I'm gonna get this up on stream.
Listen. We know the drill. Come on.
Actually, I'm not gonna put this up on stream because I don't wanna. Fuck you. Fuck it. How do I fucking? I don't know how to do.
Listen.
I can't put this up on
That
stream
was
right now.
fucking good. You were too late to vote, but you're always a believer. I'm so happy. You have to tell me, Izzy, how many points do you have now?
Turns out.
How many points do the believers have now after that? Woo! That's a fucking hot rush. Let me see the details. Does it say? What the fuck? 15,626 points just got split 2 ways between Answer TTV and Izzy Bose Gaming. You guys are fat pocketing right now. Holy shit. So you had 1K. How much you got now? I want to hear it. Wait, Izzy, you had 1K and you only bet so much? Why didn't you open up the entire war chest for me? You want to answer that? You spent it. No, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, we get it. You had 700, now you have 15K? Holy shit. That's insane. That is inhuman levels of money. Okay. Sorry, I find that Gamba shit so fucking enthralling and thrilling. It always gets my goat. It beats my goat every time.
Oops. Beat your goat
Okay,
every time.
let's move it back. Move it back to the normal background music. Oh my god, I love that shit. You got 600 for it, Izzy? Wait, you only got 600? Wait, how? You deserved way more than that. How
many
so
points,
little?
How many points Izzy if Izzy didn't get Izzy? Izzy? How
True.
many Izzy?
Izzy should have gotten busy with the dizzy. Oh, we got to do the Wordle now. Apparently, Jenny decided to put the Wordle. Okay, I guess it's good that we get these over with as a chunk. Okay, you know the Wordle. You know what the Wordle is, rather. Easy peasy. Pumpkin squeezy, perhaps. We'll get the Wordle up really quick. And everybody can bet on the Wordle now. Yeah, you don't want to feel left out of the opportunity to gamble? Absolutely. Okay, we'll start that really quick. Okay, manage prediction, start prediction. Will we get the Wordle? Yes or no? We got 2 minutes on that. Loading it up. And
All right.
the top L display. Listen, this is how kings are made. This is how kings and queens get their fucking their kingdom in pocket. Now, I'm going to let you give me, it has to be a reasonable word with real vowels and consonants. Don't give me anything fucking Swedish in its composition. I'm going to let you pick the first word for me, Smeth. I wanted to put Smeth in there, but it's probably not going to pull anything up. Let's try it, actually.
Is this anything like that game, Semantle? I love Semantle. No?
No. So,
I recommend Semantle. Anyway.
I'll check it out. If
really
you like it, if you got word games, the only word game I want to hear is you saying
Wordle.
yes, screaming it in for. So how Wordle works? You really don't know how the Wordle works? Is this new to you?
I think I've heard of the name Wordle before.
You're living in Iraq. You're living in the
I'm living in
grand,
Iraq.
Beautiful. You're living in the beautiful nation of Iraq. So
Yes.
what it is it's a 5-letter word. We don't know what the word is, but we're trying to guess what it is by picking the letters. Now, when we submit our answer, it tells you with a green box that you have the word correct and that it's in the right location. With a yellow box that you have that the letter is in the word but in a different spot, and a black box says the letter is not in this word.
I'm gonna guess.
And we're trying to, through a series of iterations, get the word right.
All right, I'm gonna guess the word is Wordle.
Can you put that word on a diet really quick for me? Because that's too many letters. By a whole one.
By one, too many letters?
It needs to be a 5-letter word.
Worm. Oh, worms.
Worms. Okay, we're going to start with worms. We're going to get from worms to riches. So worms, as our initial, the O is not only in the word.
Right spot.
It's in the right spot.
Who's a fucking genius?
Who's the genius now, baby? Okay. Next up. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the next one. We're doing this together. You have to put we're gonna go back and forth, and you have to put a real honest effort into this. Okay.
I will.
Okay. I'm gonna give us a word that has none of the same letters. That way we can get as much information as possible.
But the O
I'm
can
gonna
be
do
the same.
Yes, but we already know where the O is. We don't need to worry about that anymore. Now we're putting in adu to get a lot of the vowels, get all the vowels known. There's an A somewhere in this, but there's no D, I, E, or U.
Okay.
Start thinking, because you got the next guess, Smeth.
So
oh man, he's doing the whole logic program in his head. There's an A and an O, and it does not contain the letters W, R, M, S, D, I, E, or U.
Huh. Okay. Coats.
Boats or coats? Boats or coats?
Coats.
So there's no S, but I'm putting coats in. We're going to see if there's a T in here. Ooh, that is the proper placement for the A, but there's no C or T.
I figured the A would go there. That's why I did that.
Makes sense. Okay, for my next one, I'm going to say... I got a couple of different ways we can go into this. My first thought is foals, but I know that it's not gonna be foals. There's not gonna be an S. We can try out board, We already know that R and D are not here, but let's try B-O-A. Maybe I can make something else out here. Bogey? Bogey? Like, is that... no, B-O-G-E-Y is bogey. Let's see if this is a word. No, it's not. Okay. B-O-A. I think we can make something here. That's not how you spell bony.
All right, just put in the word happy. Put in the word happy. I think some of those letters might be in it.
Okay, I'll have you do a 2 in a row for this one.
Oh, 2 in a row? Okay, no, it's your turn. Okay, no, never mind. You go.
It is my turn right
Sorry,
now.
You go. I thought you were doing one.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm making my turn here.
Okay.
I'm gonna try Foles, even though I know S isn't in here, but we're trying out F and L. There is an L and it is there, but there is no F.
Where?
So it is blank O-A-L blank. We have G, but goal, it won't be goals.
Why
we have
not?
Y.
Because there's no S?
Because there's no S.
Goalie.
The current concept. Goalie? We could try goalie.
Is that with the Y? Yeah.
Goalie is spelt with an I-E, but if you want to try goalie, you want to try that out?
No.
It's not how you spell it, but Jenny made the same idea. It's not even a word. It's not goalkeeper. That's with an I-E, Jenny. We got this. We got this. Let me read to you some of the best consonants. The best consonants we have available. We have B, N, G, K, and P. Those are probably our most common ones. And then the weird ones we have are Q, Z, X, V. We have H. H is pretty common too.
I'm gonna guess.
Ooh, do not look at the chat. Do not look at my chat. It's potentially been ruined for me. She's got her bet in. She's got her bet in. I will not pick it unless it is undeniable based on his guess. So here's the thing. There is the potential that there are duplicates of letters, but it's very rare. But there's no letter that says that the letter is in, but needs more. So sometimes it could theoretically be...
That means it is.
It means that it probably is, yeah. There are a couple of different ways. There's a couple of ones here that are good for that. I might have like buried the lead or done the opposite. I might have sort of...
I still don't know what the fuck
there.
Because that means there's another L. Probably.
Okay. I'm not
another
tell you
L.
anything.
There's definitely not another L because of the face you made. So that means it's either another A or another O.
I don't actually know what it is. I'm not saying that, but somebody suggested something, and then I forgot to tell you that that is a rule. So I felt obligated to
koala.
Expand your argument.
Koala.
You want to try koala? Here's the thing, chat. Is it illegitimate if it's koala? Because of what I said? I don't think so. I don't think so.
No,
he
because
didn't look at my chat.
I didn't look at your chat. I got all of my information by reading you like a fucking book. Okay, I couldn't even look at the game. I have a piece of paper here, and I was looking at you.
He was too busy. He was too busy reading the grand old book of me.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Am I right?
I should have done this. I should have put myself into the murky void where you wouldn't see anything, but I didn't. Okay, time for us to see what the answer is. Let's reveal it. Can I get a drum roll in the chat? Can I get a... Is it koala?
Yeah.
It's koala! Bum, 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 bum! Oh, God.
I had to burp at the same time.
The outcome is yes. Congratulations to the winners. Let your pockets be fat forever. enjoy. Gambling's so good for you. Gambling's so healthy. It's great. No one's ever had a problem with it. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you were just so stone-faced in response to that.
Well, because I have my own thing going on. I have some like dramatic music playing, so it's weird and creepy. So.
Yeah, I get it. It just, it's not like you were even like doing your own thing, but that thing was like, active. It was that you were just like this.
Yeah. I'm dissociating. I'm dissociating. Your energy's too high. I was not expecting.
It's okay, man. Yeah, it's a high energy stream, man.
Well, no, it's the fact. It's a mix of.
Like other streams that suck. Oh my god, they're so boring. No, this one's got piston in the piston.
You're definitely a very entertaining streamer. It's the mix of like the chat and like the entertaining the chat, but then trying to like talk to you, and I'm not looking at like your chat or your stream, so like I'm just dismissing you.
Oh, I get it, man. Sometimes it's overstimulating. That's real ones rig the game.
You're too good. You're too good at servicing. You're too good at stimulating.
It's true. I'm down in the trenches, licking the proverbial clit of war. We've got a dart for Izzy here. So if you want to focus on the stuff that you were focusing on, go ahead and do that while I toss a little dart in the Matrix. Speaking of the Matrix, I'm having so much fun laughing at this fucking Andrew Tate shit. Holy fuck.
Yeah. So he did it.
He's such a clown, dude.
Wow. No, he's like an evil clown, right? Man.
Yeah, I mean he's a clown in the way. What's the name of that? Like a pedo clown or something? There's like some freak clown that used to like killed kids. What was the murderer clown?
I forget.
Didn't he also like fucking fuck kids or something? Who knows?
I don't know. John Wayne Gacy?
Somebody in the chat knows.
John Wayne Gacy or something, right?
Hey, he knew it. He knew it. He was pretending that he didn't. It's his father. It's his role model.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Izzy. You must be thinking to yourself, "What the fuck? I see a dart there. I got news for you. It just missed the board. But, oh wait, no, it didn't. It's in like it's like literally on the most edge of edge. You got a 1. Go ahead and do an exclamation point darts for me, Izzy, so I can. Oh, you got a little guitar riff. I gotta play you a little guitar riff. Hey, Smeth.
Sounds good.
What kind of music do you like? We didn't even. We can broaden the conversation.
Can you play the Pornhub intro?
Not on a guitar, but if I had my drum set up, for sure.
Yeah, if you
Is that what you want?
A bass, maybe. Boom, boom, boom. How about
Boom, bum, ba, ba, bum, 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 ba, ba. What the fuck are you jerking off to, Seinfeld?
Someone in my chat just redeemed darts. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some. Okay, everybody. Okay, hold on, really quick. I'm gonna hit that. All right, so we got. All right, so we got that green. We got this here. All right, we're gonna have to hit this. We missed. We missed.
You missed? Oh, fuck. That's a bummer, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ban you. Okay.
You had to ban me?
No.
I didn't even know that's not on my wheel. That's not on my dart wheel.
I watched the streamer once that are you still playing? I don't want to interrupt your guitar lick.
No. I was gonna ask you to pick a guitar lick, or pick a mood, or a sort of
intro to Little Wing. Can you do that? It's such a good.
Oh, I do not. I don't.
I love that one.
Here, let me see if I can do it by ear. I'll pull it up really quick.
The beginning is a really rare thing. You're gonna have to do a harmonic across the middle, and then you slide it down. Like it's the both the E strings, and then from there you can do it by ear.
Like what? This?
Yeah, it's just the 2 E strings. It's like and you slide it down.
Like I don't know. I know some riffs. I don't think I know the Little Wing by any means. Okay. We're back on the beat. We're back on the heat. We're back on the street. Beat kids. You beat kids? Don't answer that.
Do I beat kids?
Yeah. Do you beat kids?
No. But recently I watched on Twitter. Okay, so so in middle school, I was bullied by a girl who really took advantage of the fact that I would never hit her. So she was like she was fucked up, but she would get in my face and she would like pick on me and she'd antagonize me trying to get me to hit her, and I never did. I recently saw a video on Twitter the other day of the same situation happening.
Getting her ass kicked?
Yeah, it was a girl doing the same thing. She was like getting in his face, pushing him around, like hitting him, and he just fucking smacks her, and the fucking loud noise it made, and I just was like, I watched it like 10 times on repeat.
That's pretty funny. It's crazy being a kid now with like the fucking World Star shit. You can get your ass kicked and then everybody in the entire world watches your ass get kicked. When I got my ass kicked as a kid, it was like everybody in school might have been there, but it wasn't like I am going to this is going to be pulled up at my McDonald's interview 3 years from now.
Did you ever fully get your ass kicked?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I got beaten, but I never
Hardcore, dude.
I never got hardcore beaten. And
I
when
got
I won fights, it never was like I would pin someone down at the end. I never really kept like wailing at them.
Danny, you just got a triple dart, by the way. That's a fucking crazy one. I'll read those in a second. When I got my ass kicked like the most ever, I was hanging. So it was me and the other nerdiest kid in school we were talking shit at each other during computer class, because he was just a little fucking shit ass, prick, and I didn't like him, and I was just like a little sissy bitch. So he didn't like the fact that when I talked to him, that I did it with like a little bit of snark. And he was just like, you can't talk with me like that. You're a fucking little bitch. And then it became one of these things where the two of us went to the playground. This is during junior high, maybe first year of junior high. I believe that's fifth grade, fourth or fifth grade or something. 5, 6, 7 is junior high, I think. So it was fifth grade. We went down to the playground and we were fighting, and neither of us was strong enough to actually accomplish any form of actual harm on one another. So it was just the two of us like basically fighting until his older brother decided to get involved, and then he started beating my ass, and nobody came in and defended me with it. So that's how that fight ended. And he took my shoe and he hit me in the face with it. It was pretty funny.
Wow. All right, I'm going mime mode.
It was pretty good.
I'm going to go mime mode with her.
You're going mime mode? Oh, I love it. Sexual.
Well,
it was another tab when I threw. Oh no, Jenny, you didn't see? Well, guess what? They're right here. Let's go ahead and read out what your numbers are. Yeah, a 4, a 5, and a 7. A 4, a 5, and a 7. Let's see what that is. Oh, be careful, Smeth. We can see your back.
Yeah? I can be shirtless on fucking stream.
I think actually that there is a rule that you can't undress on stream. You can be shirtless, but you can't. I think maybe that's channel point redeem based though, but it's its own thing. Don't worry about it. So we got a 4, a 5, and a 7. Dance time, a personal shout out to a person of your choice, and I'll draw a picture of you. Okay, Jenny, can we incorporate these in one thing? I want to dedicate a dance to a person of your choice, Jenny. Can you pick one? Do you have any ideas? And then I'll also draw a picture of you. Think it through, Jenny. But remember, this is the most important decision you've ever made in your entire life. And if you screw it up, everyone will remember and hate you for it. Izzy, you never got into fights. It was just that people beat you up and bullied you. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not great. Not everybody's favorite by any means. Your first thought process oh geez, this is your first thought process. I know what your second thought process is, Jenny, but we're not going to discuss that. Engage in having a little think, though. Ooh, I like that.
I think I've outmimed you.
You've outmimed me?
Yeah. I've got the look. I got the look.
Oh, I'll show you out mining.
Oh ho ho.
You're a Frenchman. Keep it up. Keep up the Frenchman.
I started doing it, and then I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. So.
Oh, yeah. That's sad. I was gonna come in and be a soldier invading France, and just start beating the shit out of you.
Well, it's gonna be hard from all the way over there.
You don't know shit about where you are on my screen. I'm kind of looking like a fucking Antifa super soldier right now.
I don't stream on Twitch. I stream on YouTube. You know why? And you know what? I feel validated in my choice. So it's like
Why?
So it's not like I like expect to be like banned, but I just think there's a risk on Twitch more than on YouTube that you could do something that gets you banned. Like I feel like they have moderators that are very selective and like touchy, like they just like randomly, and they stopped doing that for a while, but just recently there's been a string of bans on Twitch. And I don't want to be banned on Twitch because then I can't stream with you.
That's true. That's a good idea. That's actually a good way to keep it. To never stream on Twitch, you'll never get banned on Twitch. So you'll never not. That's actually really clever. I've never thought about it that way.
Yeah, but
why did the prices of darts go up, Izzy? Because I need to have people not throw 6 darts every stream, because then the statistical... I've been getting better at throwing the darts, so the price goes up. First off, that's the fact. Because if I'm so good that every time it lands, I'm going to start hitting 9s, which means I'm going to have to start ponying up cash for the fucking gift subs. And that's just a risk I want to cushion against. I've gotten better. That's the reason the prices are going up, Izzy.
All right.
You want me to dedicate this dance to your favorite person to ever write for the New York Times?
What is going on right now?
I have no idea. I do not know. People in my chat are saying stuff about somebody from the New York Times. Who's your favorite person to write for the New York Times? I'm so confused right now, Jenny. You send me the article you want me to dedicate a dance to. I'll do that later. Okay. He only wrote for them once? What is it? Fucking Simon Cowell? I don't know shit about this. Okay, Smeth, let's get back on track. We became
could be someone like Nick Fuentes or something.
It might be.
Yeah, something.
Jenny wants to. Jenny, you're. I'm gonna put. Send it in Discord. Send me the answer, because I just don't know. Someone racist? Is that what it is, Jenny? Is that what you're nervous to tell us? Is it Paul Joseph Watson? Did he write for the New York? Oh, God, that'd be funny. Oh, okay. I know what you want. Okay. I got you, Jenny. I missed it. Now I know what you're talking about. Okay, hold on. I got something for you. Okay, here we go. This dance is dedicated to my main man.
All right, I'm gonna get some music for you really quick. All right.
The world's most accomplished experimental scientist, award-winning writer, renowned the world over. Not exactly appreciated by the scientific community for his contributions. This one goes to my main man, Theodore. Now that we've officially returned to Monkey. Now that we've officially returned to Monkey. Woo! And an exhausting process it is. Ugh. Make me normal again. Make me normal again. I'm full of all kinds of painful chemicals right now. Okay.
Anyway.
Okay. You're back.
So
everything's normal again.
Anyway, polyamory is kind of a trade-off.
Yeah, I agree. So when I'm thinking about polyamory and I'm thinking about relationship dynamics in general, I've got a lot of sympathy with this writer, Simone de Beauvoir, and her sort of like open relationship she had with another existentialist philosopher, Sartre. And they had a relationship where they were like each other's main partner, right? People talk about this a lot, and this is sort of an old way of doing it. And my main thing that I liked about their relationship was that they believed very much so in like direct negotiation, and it made it so that it wasn't actually a trade-off, because they wanted to have a relationship with one another, and they wanted to have it under the conditions that it would have been able to end, but instead of making it end at the point where it would have ended because they were both unwilling to be in the relationship if it wasn't for what they were able to get outside of the relationship in addition, they instead opened up the relationship. And I think that it's just good that people have that option, and it's not actually a trade-off in the instances where people otherwise would break it, right? At that point, you're not doing a trade-off, you're just keeping something that you otherwise would have thrown away. Do you see what I mean by that? It's a trade-off if you're thinking of it as like, we are monogamous and we're just going to settle with it. Mm-hmm. But what if you're not going to? What if instead you're like, this is literally not going to work unless we open it up? Is it even a trade-off then?
Then, okay, so then in that case, you're keeping something that you would have otherwise thrown away in 3 times at the same time.
What do you mean? Like having 3 people that are not good enough, but you're happy with all 3 of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
But I don't think anyone's ever good enough.
Well, yeah, but it's not just about being good enough in terms of like perfect. Like I agree, nobody's perfect. There's no perfect partner. There are sacrifices with everybody. But if it's a sacrifice, if the conditions of the relationship are such that you would only be in it and be like willing to stay in it without it like falling apart. Because this is another thing. So I talked with Drazi a little bit before about poly, but we haven't talked about it much. He's very much so a part of this like modern capital P polyamory thing where he has a primary partner who's his wife, and then he has like a girlfriend, and everything's very organized and there's set boundaries and all that stuff. I think that that's weird in the same way that I think that like having strict boundaries on anybody is weird. Do you hear what I mean? Like, I think that that's itself a weird version of it. What I'm saying is that polyamory is just a fact of human attraction. It's just a fact that everybody wants to fuck more than one person, or a majority of people do, and that we make those sacrifices due to certain contracts. And if we're in a condition now where people are willing to make a different contract than the monogamous contract, but instead make something along the lines of like, wear a fucking you idiot, and then I'm fine with it, then I think that people should be able to do something like that. And I don't think, also, Jenny agrees with you in the chat here. Jenny says, she says that it devalues the concept of a relationship. And Smeth said earlier, it makes the relationship more transparently transactional. And I agree with it that it makes it that people think of it in the way that devalues it. But the value of the relationship doesn't actually change. It's just that you're more aware of the transactionality. To get back where we were at the end of our conversation, because that's my critique of the transactionality clause, first off, is that everything is transactional.
Right, but
it's just about how conscious you are of it while you're doing it.
Yeah, but it's only transactional if you're conscious of it. It's like you're only gay if you're fucking a guy. You know what I mean? Like, so
sure.
Or like in Ireland, as they say, you're only gay if you take your socks off.
That's so funny because I think that it's actually probably gayer to have sex with the socks on.
Mm-hmm.
I know the expression actually is like not so literal, but I think that's kind of funny because I'm like, because I was in Target once and they had these socks that had like the rainbow flag on them in the men's section, and I was like, oh my god, Target.
Damn, they got Target.
This is fetish wear. This is fetish wear at a certain point. Somebody's buying these and taking a picture and selling it. Or they're wearing it while they're getting their ass reamed. Nobody wears, I guess some people, maybe, mostly women would wear that just walking around casually. But I look at that and I'm like, a man does not put on rainbow socks unless he has shit being actively removed from his asshole.
I have the dumbest socks. My socks right now.
Show me your socks. Show me your socks.
They say shitter was full.
Shitter was full.
They say shitter was full. Yeah. I think that's from some movie. Someone bought me a pack of socks. I just got so many fucking stupid socks.
Just like quippy little socks that you have now because of it, yeah.
Themed, like I have a bunch of socks themed after the fucking movie Space Jam 2.
Oh, whoa, not even the first.
Yeah.
The second.
Yeah.
Which is
just socks.
I didn't even think of it.
Whatever.
Jenny wants to tell you that your socks are very kino.
Kino.
Kino. It's yeah. Do you know the term?
Yeah, I don't have cancer, so.
Oh, okay. Not chemo, you motherfucker. And also, I was gonna say, if anybody has cancer, it's gonna be the partner that you're monogamous with in the way that you've given them yourself. I'm just making a joke about you being cancerous. No, Oh, you were saying that my dart halo is Kino. Okay, never mind. Retract the compliment. Sorry about that, Smith. That was for me.
Okay.
I hate to break your heart. My thought on a relation. So I see relationships and all things as having the capacity to be transactional. And there's no way to know whether or not the other person is thinking of it transactionally. So just because you, while you're thinking about it, are thinking that they're thinking about it transactionally, doesn't give you a new condition. So for you can think about things like, for you, maybe you know that you're thinking of it transactionally now, and maybe that gives you a loss. But I'm going in assuming that everybody's acting transactionally with me.
Oh, no.
I'm not a person who's thinking like. What? No.
I'm the opposite. I'm assuming they're not acting transactionally. And for me to make polyamory work, I would have to be able to not think about it transactionally. And that would be the challenge.
Let me give you a couple of my baseline thoughts inside of a relationship that maybe are a little bit unique, and maybe this will be our main sticking. So I am ready for every person that I've ever met to die. I'm ready for my partner to break up with me any day, any moment. I come in from the very get-go assuming that that's going to happen, because I know that this is only going to end one of three ways. They're going to die, I'm going to die, or we're going to break up, right? So under that condition, I'm accepting all of those as the end clause, and I'm hoping of all three of those, the one that's the least tragic is that we break up. So not only am I saying to myself, this is inevitably going to happen? It's also the best of the three possible ways out of the thing, and all things do end. So when I guess there's a secret fourth where we die in a tragic accident together, which I guess is, that's the Smiths romanticization, dying in a car wreck together. The idea that because you're not thinking of it, that it isn't like having character on the relationship, or that it's not like a defining characteristic, I think is a bit absurd, because the relationship does have actual facts about it, logical, undeniable facts that are ever present in the background, whether you're thinking about them or not.
Okay,
the relationship is not simply a specter of thought. It is also a material pattern of exchanges. And you can't just pretend that those exchanges aren't happening. Now, what you can do is just not be a resentful prick about it. Like, I'm not thinking to myself in the I don't believe in tit for tat. I don't believe in fair in any relationship.
We have, so if they're in my chat, I got someone from an educated psychological evo psych explanation for the difference here in the transaction. But I wanted to say one thing before that. I wanted to say there's also something you're ignoring. What about just loving someone unconditionally who the transaction just sucks, or maybe it's good or not, it doesn't even matter what the transaction is, you've chosen to love them. And so let's say they become a drug addict, and they become they go into fucking a house fire, and they become a fucking raisin person, like a raisinette, they're horribly, you're no longer physically attracted, but you've chosen to love this person. And now I think there's something really powerful too. I've chosen to love you, and I really will love you. And that is something I'm capable of doing.
I see what you mean, and I think that that's valuable, but I also don't believe I think that it's a false difference. So there's this idea, right, that because you love this person, and even though the relationship sucks, you're going to stick with it. That doesn't mean that the relationship under its current conditions needs to be stuck with. It doesn't mean that the relationship, I don't even think that the relationship, because you're in love, hopefully you're in love with the person, not with the relationship as it currently is. Jelly, I did throw your darts. I missed all of them. The thing that's actually going on when you're dating somebody, what's actually going on when you're dating somebody is that they have a set of negotiations with you, which are developed either positively or negatively. And then you're going to keep doing them regardless of how you love them, unless you negotiate to make them different. Sometimes that happens non-verbally, and sometimes it happens verbally. I think that polyamory and changing even breaking up, you still love the person. Even I don't think that love has anything to do with it. Because if I'm in love with somebody and they say that they want to change the nature of our relationship, I'm not thinking that they're changing my love. I don't think that they're changing their love for me. I think that they're just acknowledging that there's something that they want to do with other people that currently the relationship that we have is defined in animosity with. And they want to find a way to break that tension, either by checking whether or not the relationship has room to loosen its rules and conditions, or by just getting a default agreement saying I'm not going to do that. And then they get to make the ultimatum choice, right? They're still thinking that in their head. Nobody asks to open up a relationship unless they've already thought about the fact that there are alternatives. So I don't think that the relationship being poly has actually changed the texture. They're already thinking about the alternatives. That's why the question of opening up even happens at all. Do you see what I mean? I think that you're skipping a couple of steps if you're thinking that somebody goes from being in a monogamous, happy relationship and then trying to open it up with no conditions of understanding the transactionality and such. Also, yes, Hyde show.
All right, here's the I think I would say Evo Psych description of the transactional difference here. This person said the transaction in a monogamous relationship isn't taking place for you. It's taking place to increase the quality of mutual offspring. Historically, this was a mystery. Okay, and polyamory feels transactional because you are unconsciously shifting to short-term mating strategy. Part of this transaction is lowering the quality of your future offspring. Keep in mind,
I'm against breeding totally, so this doesn't matter.
but no, this is from a psychological. This is
I
why.
understand this idea that it might be preferred on an emotional level, that there's
Yeah.
an evolved reason for a preference. Um, but what about the fact that we as humans, even though we have evolved as a community and a group and a species, we also, like, an undeniable fact of humans is our plurality. We are still different from one another. Every individual person is born with different desires, different conditions that they are living through. Like, a person like me can be really busy with work, and I would like to have my girlfriend still be able to have the amount of sex that she wants. I don't want her to have to live with the defining lack, as you sort of defined it. I'm of this position where if she's going to choose between breaking up with me or sleeping around, one, I just don't care if she sleeps around. That's its own separate thing. That's unique to me, though. I can imagine a person who they're choosing between two sacrifices, either the relationship or the exclusivity, and they choose to sacrifice the exclusivity before sacrificing the relationship. And they do it not just as this idea of like, please, please stick with me. I know that I'm not the perfect partner and that you need more people, but I care about you and I'm like cucked in this way. I think that they can genuinely be in a position where they're like, this is just what I want.
Okay. Well,
Do you see what I mean?
okay. How about so there's a massive quality that you're just not even confronting, in my opinion, and you can just circumvent utterly. Where I think that monogamy and that monogamous relationship, you're for sure utterly a partnership, and there could be a situation like you're gonna get a new job, but this new job is going to mean that you're not gonna have time for something that is important for the other person, and this happens on both ends, and you both will negotiate your decisions in life as a team because you're a unit as one. That and like I said earlier, family. That I think is profound and part of the human experience.
I see what you're saying, and at the same time, I don't believe that. I don't think that there's inherently something better, for instance, about being in a family versus not being in a family, or being in some kind of pair bonded unit than not being in one. I don't think that there's something innately. I think that it's still just a choice. So if a person is like willing to forego that decision as a choice of their own, even though I would say I want it, I'm totally able to imagine a person who's just like, I'm just never going to have a family. I'm never going to marry. I'm never going to have kids. I'm never going to have a permanent partner that I spend the rest of my life with. I don't like that as much as I like having the ability to freely explore romance and sexuality with as many people as I want at any given time. And I don't think that they're losing something without gaining something of like equal value. I think that the exchange is not calculable objectively. It's only calculable subjectively. So while you and me have decided that we'd rather be in monogamous formations at certain age points and then tried out polyamorous ones at other age points, I don't think that everybody's going to fall into that calculus that we did.
Well,
I think
to
that
me,
many
it just feels right that the calculation that you're switching to a short-term mating strategy that utterly encapsulates the feeling of being in polyamorous relationship. Something that springs to my mind is something that always stuck in my head. A troll said while I was watching someone play a video game on a stream, but it really is so profound. The troll said, "Don't save the game. Saving the game is planning on failure." And that's true.
Wait, is it playing to lose? Is that what you said?
No, don't save the game. Saving the game, like at a checkpoint where you can save the game, if you die, you go back to your save point. That's planning on failure. If you save the game,
that's what I'm saying.
You're expecting
playing
to,
with the expectation of loss.
That's like the short-term mating strategy, min-maxing of your life and your love and your relationships. But I think that the true long-term strategy, So it's like the difference between playing a video game where you're able to quick save and you just keep going back to the quick save or whatever and make like you're min-maxing blah blah blah, or just like you live with the scenario, like I'm saying the lack, you live with the consequences of your actions and you play out the scenario.
Sure. I see what you're saying.
I think this very
I
well like paints the picture that we're talking about.
No, yeah. I mean, the only thing on that though would be to say there's some clear differences. The first one would be that in a game, and I think the way that a lot of people approach relationships, they're going in with a goal in mind. I think that that's actively immoral. I think it's actively immoral to ever treat a person as a means to an end. And because of that, I think that setting up any relationship where you're thinking of your person as, I want this to be my person, this is the set of expectations I have of them. Mm-hmm. And if they don't fulfill those expectations, I'm going to break up. Now, you agree that people should like make sacrifices and settle for the thing that makes the most sense. I think that when you're engaging with a person and you're like trying to fulfill a role of girlfriend or a role of boyfriend, which is what monogamy is doing, that you're treating the other person as a means towards your desired end. And that's immoral, even if the other person consents to it. Because the only way that you could actually do that is if you believe that it is morally justifiable to put somebody into the position of being a means towards an end.
I believe that even in your scenario, you're still using them as a means to an end, except your end is more short term. In my scenario, there is still an end, like you said. There's death or a breakup, and the tragedy. You can never escape. You're gonna die. The people around you are gonna die. Like you can never escape it. So that's gonna happen. You're gonna fuck up. Like everything's going to crumble around you. At some point.
Yeah.
And so you're planning on that happening, like, and that tragedy happening, like with this person. Like you're planning on the ultimate tragedy with monogamy.
Sure. One sec. I see what you mean, but I want to make the characteristic difference. I don't think that the relationships that you're having inside of a polyamorous relationship, because I'm not a believer in poly in the proper form, where you're like, I've got my girlfriend and I've got my other partner and I got my other partner and there are all these contracts and I'm like trying to fulfill my desires. I think that is itself an immoral way of going about relationships too. The real way to go about relationships is to think of the relationship as something that is organically forming out of the two people being around one another, and they're not defining what they want. They are not thinking in terms of, I want this person to do X, Y, Z for me. They're not thinking, I want this person to have sex with me, this person to love me. They don't want this person to be a friend, but they're not going from an internal source of desire and then looking to them as a tool to fit that internal desire. They are instead existing, interacting with that person, and then figuring out what ends up working between the two of them. What exactly is the mutuality that naturally arises out of our unique circumstances between it? So like, let me give you an example, because I see a little bit of confusion.
You're repressing your desire.
Oh, I'm not a fan of desire. I'm anti-desire. That's like one thing that you got to know about me for sure. I do not think that desire is a good way to live life.
I disagree. I think that this is where I disagree with like Buddhism and stuff, and I fall in line with Christianity. I think that you have to love without a fall is not love at all.
I'm not against desire because of like the potential of failure. I'm against desire because it's teleological. I'm against desire because it says that ends justify means. It's this idea that something is good because it produces a good end. I instead think that good means are the only thing that justify everything. Everything is good because it is the natural extension of means, not circumvented or repressed or redirected.
But I
So
see a
when
relationship as a negotiation of desire, and you're so like in the act of like confirming consent and stuff. You're saying this is my desire. I need to be mindful and conscious of your desire, and you're conscious of my desire, and that's where consent is negotiated. That's what the whole.
I know what you're saying, but that's not what I think is a good way of anybody to relate to one another. I think that the right way for people to relate to one another is for them to exist in proximity and just be what they are and not like make desire requests of one another. And then that person like thinks about it, negotiates it, and trades those things off.
Well, earlier you said you said that you don't think that people should say what people ought to do and what the right way to do, but you actually on the inside do think you know what people ought to do, and you do have a prescription of the right way to be. I've caught you.
In a certain sense. You don't know. I think that they're different, but I'll make the clarification
Okay.
if you want me to point out like why I think that those are different. So when I am saying that obviously I think that or maybe this isn't obvious. I think it's wrong to murder people. I think it's wrong to sexually assault people. And the reason that anything is wrong, I also like everything is wrong for the same reason, which is that it is a person seeing another person as an ends to their as a means towards their end, seeing a person as a body, as an object, but not as like a subject. I think that all people are two things always simultaneously, and that the immoral act is always a denial of either end of that coin. So it's either dehumanizing a person or desubjectifying them or de-objectifying them. I think objectification and subjectification are both immoral wrongs. So everybody knows about objectification. Everybody's very familiar with this, which is when you look at a person
I understand.
and so, well, I'm going to bring up the second part because you're one of the few people that I think knows what I'm talking about with the latter, because we kind of talked about it. It's
I
when
understand
people
subjectification. Yeah.
So to to subjectify somebody is to deny them the fact that they are an object in the world of others. And it's the main thing that's bad when we talk about this idea of like male privilege or white privilege, this idea that a person doesn't have themselves conditions and that they are not themselves like a thing that suffers and is subject to forces. They're not force alone. They are a force that is also being subjected onto by other forces. So when I say that white privilege exists or that male privilege exists, those are true things, but there's a second claim that's being snuck in there, which is that this group of people are more subject than they are object. They are not really fully human. I'm ignoring one half of their humanness. So when I look at the idea of a relationship and its immorality, there are some immoralities of objectification, and I think that those are easy to see. Like,
I understand. I understand. Subjectification is equally bad, in its own insidious way.
That's what happens. That's what's happening. But it's not only equally bad; it's different. And I'm trying to clarify the difference here.
But
what
wait,
I think is
but-
happening,
Okay.
in relationships when we are saying with another person that they shouldn't be with other people, and that this agreement, because it's mutual and consented, is a good relation. That's not enough. Because what you're doing in that fact is you're denying the fact that they are an object in the world of others. You're denying the fact that this person is not just a rational will. They are a person that exists in all people's worlds. There are desires that are put upon them that they're not exposed to yet, and they don't know. They don't know everything about themselves. You dislike or you do like?
I mean, I don't like technically disagree with like the verbatim of what you're saying, that you're denying that they are an object to others. Well, like you don't have to deny that they're an object to others. It's just that I believe that like in a very intimate monogamous relationship, you should be taking turns with objectification and subjectification. And another way to think about this dynamic, which changes it a bit, is you take your caretaking or being taken care of. And I think an unhealthy relationship is you're only one and you're not the other. That's very unhealthy. I think a really healthy relationship is you kind of are able to take turns, and when one person needs the other, you're there for them. And then when you need to be taken care of, they're there for you. And
yeah, they talk about they talk about inner child and then being the parent
parenting,
to the inner
parent,
child that
parenting.
as they call reparenting.
Some
or all that
people
stuff.
don't like it when I say parent and child. They're like, wait, that's weird, but you're okay. Guys, you know what I mean. So
I know the psych. I know transactional analysis, so I know this is like referential too. So it's just like that's the term. If people don't like it, there's a non-analogical form of it, and you can look it up. But it's such a stupid scientific term. We just use inner child, and we talk about parenting. It's just easier.
So, but I would say that you're not denying that you're not denying their objectness. You're denying other people's subjectiveness onto them as an object. But like, they're still an object to other people. You're just telling them that it's like to be a parent. Okay, if you were to be a parent, you do not want other people to parent your kids. And in monogamous relationship is I'm your parent and you're my parent. Okay.
I disagree with you on that cursory premise, but we'll ignore it for now.
I don't want you fucking brainwashing my motherfucking kids with your polyamory bullshit. Okay.
Well, it's not okay. I don't want you brainwashing my kids with your wearing a fucking dog mask and barking like a freak.
Very fair.
Shit.
Very fair. I didn't bark.
I'm joking though, but I know you don't bark. You're completely silent.
I did. I did bark, but you couldn't hear me. But
yeah, I guess the mic was off. Well, if a dog barks using a human body and nobody hears it in the woods behind closed doors with eyes wide shut, did it really happen? No. God. So I see your point, but at the same time, I don't think that that's my negotiation to make. I don't think that well, here's a big one. If I'm not in the room, I have no say what happens in the room. Period. That's just a belief that I have.
I'm just going to say plainly what I think. And like, this is going to be like a strong statement. So you can easily disagree with it. And I think we're just going to disagree. If I'm dating you,
out your ass.
I am dating you, you're my dad and I'm your dad. Okay. And when we're poly and you go off to date someone else, that means I have to accept that some other person gets to take a turn parenting my kid.
Okay.
And like that, I don't like that. Like, I mean, sure. Like I've done it and it's something like, I just think it is, not the, like 100% best scenario for your parent and inner child relationship with this intimate partner dynamic to have someone else parenting them, because now they're like you've added a lot of chaos into your parent and child relationship that you have no control over.
So one of my main disagreements with you is just going to be this idea that there needs to be one parent, or that there needs to be one very strong pair bond, if we want to like break away from the analogy and get very clear. I don't think that you need to have one primary caretaker, and I don't think that having a strong caretaker relationship is objectively better than not having one. So especially when we're talking about an adult. Like I think that like you could be alone for your entire life, and I don't think that it's worse than having a relationship.
What if you you're a kid, literally a kid, and your parent gets a new partner? Like you have a single mom.
Okay.
And she gets a new boyfriend, and he becomes a present in your life. Well, even if he's in your life or not, his impact on her is going to change her and change her parenting on you, and that can be fucked up. And she needs to be protective of you and selective of who she dates, purely based on how it's going to change her and her parenting. Like that in itself.
I don't disagree with you, but there's a little bit of a difference there in that a mom and a child can't break up, but partners can. And I don't think that you actually like have a responsibility for your partner in the way that a parent has a responsibility for a child. So the impending peril that the parent is in that situation, which is that they have a moral dilemma, that they have to sacrifice their freedom as an adult, as like a person romantically in order to be the best parent is not present, in my opinion, in a relationship. If it is, then your partner and you have like a bad dynamic, in my opinion. Like, maybe there's a situation where you are married to somebody and they are disabled and you've made this like promise to be their caretaker in this very literal way and nobody else cares about them. Then you can talk about the moral implications about like your crippled wife no longer having somebody that like spoon feeds her because she has like a broken jaw and non-functional hands. Like that's real, but that's very circumstantial. That's very individual. Broadly speaking, relationships are two adults who are fully capable and should be fully capable of sustaining their own life as like able-bodied and able-minded people, or else I think the relationship is very unique and has a different morality to it that is not the broad one we're talking about. If I'm thinking about me and my girlfriend right now, my girlfriend actually just was in the chat for a little bit. She says something about, it's weird to see your boyfriend defending polyamory. Yeah, I know. I already told you that I was going to have this stuff. The relationship between me and her is not one such that if I was to break up with her, that I'm like neglecting her. It's fair game for me or her at any point to stop doing anything for the other person. Part of the pre-agreement when you register into a relationship is the idea that it can be forfeit. It can really at any time. That's like at least the custom of American dating.
But the thing that I'm getting at is in monogamy, yes, like sure, that's always the custom. But you know, the tradition is you're planning on it not being forfeit. The plan is that it's not going to, until it has to, and then it does. But it's not like you're like we're probably about 2 years. We'll be married for about 2 years. Like that's like no, like like if you had that, it would be like I don't think that's what it's not what I want. But
I mean, I go into relationships pretty explicit. This will end eventually.
Yeah, I know.
Me
obviously.
and the other person verbally saying that. No, I mean, like even just being like, this is probably going to end within 2 years, maybe 3 years. That's been like vocally discussed before many times.
Sure. I mean, I can imagine doing that, but it just seems like I would be so much less invested in such a relationship, and it would just be very superficial.
This is a thing that I was interested in. So you said before, so talking about investment, this ironically is the shirt that I wear when I play my alter ego. That is like a fake investor. I'm giggling to myself on that. No, that's what this costume means. I don't think that investment is actually a thing that I do in a severe way. I don't understand what people mean when they say that they get invested in a relationship. Can you clarify what that means to you?
Emotional investment, like you're invested is you are planning on, you're playing Paper Mario and you're going through the place and you come to the thing that you can hit and you can save the game, but you don't because okay, maybe not even paper. How about Dwarf Fortress? Okay, Dwarf Fortress is a better example because you can min-max it when you save the game. And
sure.
So if you don't save the game, you're going to have tragedy happen and you're going to have to play out the scenario. So commitment is you're committing to the timeline and you're committing to the scenario. And it will end in tragedy. Every time you play Dwarf Fortress, you expect it to fucking end in a massive ball of fire or whatever. But
at some point it ends, yeah.
Yeah, but you can either play it by saving the game and on going back a little bit every time, or you can just play it through.
Sure.
That's the difference. So if you say it's going to be 2 years, you're not just. It's like looking. This is like watching a movie, and you keep taking the mouse and moving it down to the bottom and looking at how much time left is on the movie. That ruins the movie to some degree.
Look at that. I'm not going to look at it. maybe I have more self-control than most people. Even though I know a relationship can end, I'm not thinking about it while it's happening.
No,
no matter what.
I'm referring to you saying this will probably end in 2 years.
Sure.
In saying that, your part of your mind is imagining a bar at the bottom of the movie there, and
Sure.
that detracts from the movie.
Yeah, I think it can. It can. But the one, I just don't think that there's much choice in the matter, right? All I'm saying is that unconsciously, I think everybody's aware of that. Whether or not you say it out loud or not is in your control, but I don't think that there's much choice in the matter about whether or not you are consciously or unconsciously aware that it's going to end. You see that bar no matter what.
Yeah, I don't.
It's
think you do.
it's always available to you as knowledge.
I don't think you do.
Foreboding inevitability.
Yes, the foreboding inevitability, like you know that the Dwarf Fortress campaign is going to end, but
So the best way to mediate this is not to just never say it out loud. I think the best way to mediate it is to say it out loud such that it's out in the air, you accept it, and then you don't have to do this weird thing where it's like a repressed thought in the back of your head. You acknowledge it, and then because it's not repressed, it's not a nagging internal incessance. It's just, hey, that's a fact, and well, you know what? It's kind of like if you never said out loud that you're going to die. I think this is a controversial opinion. I think that the sex conversation is way less important than the death conversation. Parents really get worked up about the sex conversation, but they ignore the death conversation, which is the most important conversation you're ever going to have with your child. And most parents just wait until somebody in the family dies to have that conversation. And that's a crushing time to have it.
I'm not saying to ignore the fact that you're going to die. I'm not saying to ignore the fact the relationship is going to end. I'm saying to plan on it failing. So I know it's going to end, but I'm not going to. It's like I know that the world is going to end and there's going to be a nuclear holocaust, but I'm not going to build a bunker and spend my whole life planning and prepping. I'm just going to die. Just gonna live it through and die.
No, I mean, I agree with you. I don't disagree at all. But what I'm saying is that if you say out loud, as opposed to never saying it, then you're actually allowing yourself to then live it without having to, in the back of your head.
No, but I just said it out loud. I just said it out loud though. Like I will admit, like in this type of relationship I'm talking about, you do admit it's going to end, but I'm just gonna die. Like, or I'm just it's going to end and it's gonna suck, and I'm not gonna prepare for it. I'm not
saying that you have to prepare for it. I don't think that the only preparation I think you need to do is just consciously at some point admit. That's all the prep. It doesn't require you do you're not building
that's not exclusive for mine. That's not exclusive from what I'm saying then.
Sure. So okay. I'm not trying to say this like it's a disagreement. What I'm trying to do is explain to you why I'm saying that it's not staring at a bar, and that say it out loud is not to bear witness to the timer at the bottom of the movie. It's the timer at the bottom of the movie is always there, and you're going to be looking at it in the edge of your eye, half-heartedly, all the time. If you don't just look at it once and just see, it's 3 hours long. Just do it once at the very beginning.
Okay, the scenario that I'm imagining, I don't like that. Like I'm watching a movie and it's going to end and I don't know how long it is. That's the best scenario. But so here's the scenario I'm imagining. Here's the exact scenario that I'm imagining. It's that you know that you're going to be moving. So in 2 years, I'm going to be moving to this place, and so we're entering a relationship, and we know it's going to end in 2 years. That's very rigid example of what you're saying. And you will know for sure. I think that relationship is going to be far less fulfilling. And we use the word investment. In that relationship, you're going to be way less invested. You're going to be incentivized to disinvest.
You think that it's good to be invested and bad to be de-invested?
I'm saying, yeah, I think that is just something human.
I don't think that it's actually worse to not be invested. I think it's bad to be invested in something when with that in vain.
I think
I think that you should
that's
own.
life. Your life is that. Your living and breathing is that. You're invested as much as you ever could possibly be, and it's all in vain.
Well, sure, but there's a little bit of a difference between being invested in life and being invested in a relationship.
It's the same.
A relationship has other things that it is fighting for time with inside of a pool. Life is not fighting for time with anything else. Life is all that there is other than death, and death is infinite. So it's working up against an infinity. The thing is that there is actually a scarce resource of life to be divvied between the relationship and the rest of the things that you're doing in your life when you're not in that relationship. So if you, and just like the movie,
There is no
it's
infinity,
good
though.
to look. Let me make my fucking
I
point
will.
though. It's
I can
important.
tell you're.
Just like the movie, it's important. You're not gonna, if you have work in 5 hours, you're not gonna start a movie without checking to see whether or not it was made by an absolute psychopath that made a 6 hour long movie. You're gonna check whether or not it's a 4, 3,
Right.
2, or God, please be a 1.5 hour long movie. You're not gonna just go into. So what I'm saying is, at the beginning, it's good to define and it's good to know what you're getting into, because then you actually have the groundwork to be invested to the proper, safe, reasonable degree, and you don't instead invest in a way that causes undue harm, and maybe you get some extra gain out of it ignorantly, ignoring the fact that at any point this might go awry. But you are at some point in the relationship, if you get, here's a great example. You get in a relationship with somebody and they are going, like you said, move away in 2 years. You're a townie, they're a college kid. Let's just say that you're the same age. The whole point, though, is that they are only in this town as a prerequisite in order to move on and do it the rest of their life somewhere else. You need to accept and admit, or else you're going to go into that relationship just pretending that they're going to live there forever. No,
I agree.
You have to like set yourself up for that 4 years that they're probably going to be there.
Well, no, for me it would be like, so for me, I enter out in that relationship 4 years. Okay, that's such a great amount of time. 4 years, I'm entering that relationship. Okay, like 1 year after that. Okay, like so the first year, I'm not gonna like decide this day one, but over the course of the first year, I'm like, okay, this is great. I love you. You're part of my life, and I want you to be part of my life. You're moving in 3 years. I'm going to get my shit together, and I will move with you. Like, I'm not going to just sit here and watch that happen. I'm going to alter my life because I believe that relationships are so fundamental and crucial to humanity and our life. Like in family, like you said, you don't need family. I think you do. Like, it's just I think that's it's critical, and without family we'd be nothing. You can't survive without family. You can't develop or learn without family.
I think you're ignoring the fact that there is a family that is existent, whether or not you're in a loving relationship to them or not, though. Like, we are still a part of civilization. Right. We still have jobs. We still have stores that we go to. These things are family in the sense that you're referring to, in that we are cohabitated, and we live inside of one human organism, and we share resources. And sure, stores do it most of the time through an exchange of like labor. I work, I get the money, I take the money, I make it to food. But family does that too. Frankly, your time, your regard. No, listen, the amount of sacrifice that you make for the other person's boundaries is a form of. It's not unlimited.
It's not unlimited. I'm agreeing. It's not unlimited.
Do you think that a hidden price tag is inherently less of a price tag than a revealed price tag?
Well, no, but I'm saying it's not just that it's hidden, but I'm saying that like the grocery store has like the explicit price tag and everything. For me and my family, that what I'm willing to give up for them and sacrifice of myself for my family and those who I have deemed as my family, as such as I'd already established, that is way more than the grocery store. I'm willing to like sacrifice a lot more, and I don't even know how far I would go, and I would only know how far that is once I've gotten there. I might even go too far.
That's not true for me. That's not true for me. I don't care that much more about people that I'm like friends and family and dating. I don't care that much more about them than the average person. It's way closer than I think for you.
Yeah, that's okay.
And yeah, what I'm just saying is that we have to account for the fact of difference from people.
Of course.
And I don't think that it's like this incalculable difference. I think that it's like everybody kind of knows what they're willing to sacrifice. So
I actually
because
don't.
we're aware, what'd you say?
I don't know. I like I said, I don't. I think that I might even destroy myself for my family to save
I would
them.
never die for anybody.
No,
I would never die for
not.
anybody.
Actually, I might.
I wouldn't die for anybody, and I wouldn't. And there are very few things that I would do to change my life for anybody. I just don't. I don't feel that way. Now, all I'm trying to say when I'm like looking at the polyamory thing and I'm thinking about the relationships that people build is that one, I don't think that there's anything wrong with being in a relationship that is suboptimal by your definition, even if it is suboptimal. I think it's
Sure.
totally fine to be in a
Me too.
relationship that is loveless.
I agree.
So it's one of these things where if I'm going to look at if I'm going to make my own decision, I've already made my own decision. I'm in a relationship right now that has exclusivity because I think that the costs make sense. And I'm not like some super horny guy that just can't not fuck a bunch of people. Like, that's not who I am. But I do know that there are people who are like way more hypersexual. There are people who are way more like of the desire for like romantic supply. And then there are partners who give less than my partner gives. So when I'm trying to think about the thing that I care about, which is people finding arrangements of mutual interest, and then also trying to have all of the different relationships that they can be optimal for the nature of that relationship, I think that polyamory is just like a fact that will constantly appear. It's not something that is like an occasional thing that happens. I think that it's probably going to be the most like resilient alternative to the primary life plan that anybody has. It's like the most common divergence from a normal life that people have is cheating. And I think that cheating, even though it's not like a moral form of polyamory, it is evidence of a human fact of wanting more than the agreements that we have can supply.
Yeah.
Creating situations where that persistent fact about the human can be more moral, where a person can have a better understanding about it. Like, I think that that's better than having a world that has a bunch of cheating. I think the betrayal. So if we can do and I think it's the best technology we have. A lot of people think that the best technology against cheating is to like create a strong level of investment in the relationships we have. I think the best way is to accept the amount of investment that can be put into a relationship. And then the ones that have lower investment, we just have them have lower commitment and lower like lesser agreements, like less tight agreements. Because then instead of people being like more heartbroken, more cheating happening, more like rules are being agreed to in vain and in circumstances where they really shouldn't even be, like, you shouldn't be making an arrangement with somebody that you can't fulfill. I think, period, that's always wrong. Sure. So if you as a person are in a loving relationship with somebody and you know that you want it to last long and you know it's not going to last long unless they are able to sleep with other people, you have to make that choice inside of your head. Do I care more about the commitment? Do I care more about their like the exclusivity, or I care about the relationship? I think a lot of people are going to make the decision that they care more about the relationship sustaining longer than they are about the relationship existing in the exact way that it currently is for longer. And I don't think that that's the same as the change that would have happened if they just like broke the agreement. I think it's like a modification. Also, hey, Soups, welcome back.
For me, my immediate go-to is the opposite of what you're saying. Like it's still polyamory in some degree, but my immediate go-to would be like, for the partnership to now incorporate the experimentation or cheating into it, where such that you're now creating, like you're setting boundaries with each other. Like you're saying setting boundaries is bad with each other. I would say like setting them, I think that I do. But Eldrazi was saying how that's bad.
I'm not against setting boundaries. What I'm saying is that people default to the idea that whatever the relationship is when it's first formed, that it needs to stay that way the entire time.
No.
Because most relationships start like when they formalize. Every relationship starts, I guess, technically open because you just like go on a first date.
Yeah, they should
Before then
change.
you
They
weren't.
should change as stuff changes. I agree 100%.
And they should change, like, I think they should change way more frequently than, or they should, the changes should be formalized in language at a higher rate than they currently are, because presently they change, but they change inside of people's hearts, but they don't actually say the change out loud.
I
And it
agree
creates-
100%. You're completely.
Yeah.
I'm completely with you. But with the caveat that I still do think that when it is open, it is from my perspective, which you don't hold, then you're a different person. But for me, that is a sacrifice, or
Sure.
you're giving something up when you do that. But you're giving something up, for something else, in service of something else. But that one thing is now less.
Sure. And then something else is gained. And I think that it's easy to think that the thing that was sacrificed was more valuable. It's like very normal to think that the thing that was sacrificed is more normal. That exclusivity. A lot of people care about it. A lot of people don't.
It comes down to what it genuinely feels like is you're changing to a short-term mating strategy versus a long-term mating strategy, and that also plays
is that
into,
bad?
For me, I've had plenty of short-term relationships, and what I want is the long-term.
I don't care about that. So I understand why we disagree. I don't understand caring. Let me try and like picture this. Maybe you can explain this in a. Why would you want to date somebody for the rest of your life? If you had to put it in terms easy, why? More importantly, I understand why you would want to, because you find someone, you like them, and then theoretically. But why would you say because you like dating somebody that this known quantity, this known versus unknown unknowns, which is the potential that you have with anybody else.
Yes.
How do you feel so confident about that exchange that you're saying to yourself, you know what? I'm definitely sacrificing something I care about more than this unknown unknown. To me, it seems like a calculus of vanity.
I've been to therapy. I could explain this in multiple ways, but one way it just popped in my head. I mean, I'm sacrificing all those other ways. Now I've already forgotten. The way that popped into my head is I've gone to therapy, and getting therapy for free through like the state and shit. I've had this situation where I've got a therapist, and now they get changed. Like this therapist has moved on. They've got they were there for something, and there's only so many like permanent positions in the place, and it's hard to actually get one of those people. My first therapist, I was like, she wasn't that great, but I didn't know any better, so I dealt with it, and she wasn't that bad. It wasn't. Then I got another one, and this other one was way better. But that doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is, it took me like 3 months to really get intimate with this first therapist and have her understand me and all of my backstory and where I'm coming from. And this new therapist doesn't know any of that. And it's just so much work. And even though this new therapist is better for me, it's still such a sacrifice to have lost all of that context. And it's so much work to get back to that point. And so I'm really grateful that now that this new therapist is actually better, and she's actually going to be long term in this place. So that's really great. So I can really invest in her, because first it was going to be that she was just going to be a couple months, and then I was going to have to do it again, and then have to do it again. And I don't want another couple months therapist. I want a fucking therapist I'm going to have to count on that's going to be there long term. And so the act of having to switch therapists means that you're undoing all this work, and not only are undoing all this work, but you're actually not committing, and you're not really being, because until I learned that she was going to be long term, I was really withholding, and I was not getting as much out of therapy. Like fundamentally, I was not like doing therapy as much, because so that's the thing. Like, so like that familiarity, just knowing the known is valuable, and to actually know another thing is a lot of work, and to know that you're going to be switching takes away from your intimacy with at least the therapist type situation.
So yeah, I get this idea that, and maybe it's even, I get this idea that there is something that commitment offers you. There's something that is offered by commitment that is not, that has a substantive value beyond just the value of the partner itself. There's like just the mere fact that you can depend on the fact of them is like a market improvement. I see that. I think may not value that as much as you do in a relationship, because I think it's so anathema of how I think of relationships, in that I don't like, therapy has a goal, in more or less, right? It has a goal. Most therapies do. Most therapies are like moving towards like healing. Relationships, to me, one, I have zero goals in a relationship. I don't want to reproduce. I don't want to get married. I don't want anybody who doesn't love me to love me. I don't think that is like, I would call that outside of my domain of justifiable influence, right? I just think that's outside of my, I don't get to have a say in that kind of thing for my moral system. Maybe other people are different in this way, but like when I think of a relationship, I'm just living, and they're a friend of mine. And to me, it's not right to treat a friend such as they are a part of your life and your goals and setting it up. To me, that's just so different than the way that I think about relationships. And maybe due to the fact that I'm not one of these people that has like goals in life that require other people that I'm romantically invested in. There's some things that I do in life. Clearly, we're doing something right now that I do in life that requires other people. Streaming requires a chat. It requires sometimes collaborators. It requires a world that exists in content. So there are things that I care about and I like, and I have goals in life that other people are useful towards, but they're not ones where it has to do with the unique relationship between the two of us. Not really. Like, even in the bands I'm in, I don't care who my drummer is. I just care that they're a drummer that's looking to make music with me. I don't care who my guitarist is, bassist is, etc. Same, and I think that those types of relationships, ones that are defined by a goal, are transactional in a way that is like way more artificial. And I include the idea of girlfriend or when you want out of another person for them to be the recipient of your load and to bear your child, that to me is like the most transactional relationship possible, no matter how you think of it. Whether you're honest about it or not, there's nothing more transactional than these people who want to have a child and want to be married, and they define their, like, the qualification of their partners based on it. I think that that's like, one, it creates terrible situations for them. The most obvious instance are the incels. I want a girlfriend. I want a girlfriend. I want a girlfriend because I need X, Y, Z. I need someone to sleep with so that I'm no longer a virgin. I need someone to love me so that I'm no longer of this persuasion where I believe myself unlovable. And then you see on the opposite end, you have these women A very popular thing. I've dated multiple women when I was in my early and mid 20s who were women who were like, I am trying to settle down and have a family and have kids. And I'm like, cool. Maybe I'll change my mind in the future, but right now that's not what I want. Right now I'm trying to save up to get a house. I got my house, and now I'm in a position where if I'm ever financially stable enough where I can make that choice, maybe it'll be a more believable choice. But I'm not in my relationships now thinking about that. Neither were they. And I think that was like a bad thing because they weren't thinking of children as a thing of them independently. They were saying child and marriage are the future I want. And even though I don't have the money to raise a child on my own right now, I still am going to act towards that goal, and I'm going to wrap other people in to that goal. I'm going to make
that's a problem.
That's fucked.
That's a problem that women have, I think. But
I mean, a lot of women, have that problem because they've been like sort of not in the dating market, not in the working market, and they've been told that through the dating market they can get that future, and then economic circumstances
their
that.
locus of power becomes their sexual availability too, and through that. And but okay, I have a couple things to say. One thing, I think that when you have a child, people that want to have a child for them, this is gonna be, you won't be satisfied. But it's not. You might have a child for you, in a way, but as soon as that child is born, it's not about you anymore. It's about the child. You have now become a second-class citizen once you have a child. You do not matter.
Course.
Like so.
You have a moral debt.
So, so to want that and plan for that is ridiculous, but we do it anyway because there's, in that awfulness, in that lack, is a fulfillment, and in the horror, in the face of the horror of it. That's how I feel. You won't agree. That's fine. That's how I feel.
Sure. I understand what you mean.
The other thing I want to say.
Can we agree that it's sort of you are creating a moral dilemma for yourself?
Yeah.
And that's like what we know, that we agree on that. So the fact that you're creating and you're implicating somebody else into that moral dilemma, when what they want is love and to be loved, and you're then saying the only people I'm like open to loving.
To find someone else who wants we need to find someone else who wants to brave to look into the abyss with you.
Sure, I don't disagree there. Do you see what I mean when I say
the other thing is going to be less.
Okay, go ahead.
Less
go ahead,
like philosophically. Okay, so about goals, and so going into a relationship with goals, and having a goal like I'm going to, like, so what you were saying applies with I need to fuck this guy because he's got money and I can have a kid. That's a big hoisting of your like, but that I mean that can happen, but I mean, and people do it, but that falls in line with what you're saying. But I think in general, in relationships, you don't even need to have you don't even need to go into it with like a goal, like I'm going into this for this reason. I think in a relationship, the beautiful thing is you create a partnership in which now you create goals together. That's the beautiful thing. So it's like you enter it and you're like, we're gonna have a 6-year plan, and we're gonna move to, I don't know why Haiti popped in my head. That's a horrible idea. We're gonna move to I don't know. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna do this. Yeah,
we're gonna move to Haiti and have a terrible life.
Yeah, we're gonna travel.
Legitimate plan.
Yeah.
Hey, we're gonna move to Haiti? No, maybe not there. Let's go to New Orleans. I just keep going down different places that have been struck with a terrible natural disaster. Yeah. I've got it. Chile. Nothing bad's gonna happen there.
Yeah.
Ohio itself is the tornado. It's not even that Ohio has tornadoes. Ohio itself is a moral existential tornado, and you're not living in the eye. Trust me, you're not living in the eye. Okay, so you call it a beautiful thing, and I understand this, but I think a lot of the times when people talk about things and they say that something is a beautiful thing, What they're actually doing is they're putting on the necessary varnish to ignore that something is tragic, right? And
I
not only that it's
wanna,
tragic, that it's
but
disgustingly so. Like
well, I mean, in
more
saying
than
it's
anything else.
disgusting, you're putting on the varnish to cover up the
Sure.
beauty.
Okay. Let me be
Okay.
a little bit. Let me be a little less biased in the language. Then you're right. I'm kind of like poisoning the well with that one. When people say that something is beautiful, I think they mostly do that because they recognize that beauty has a redeeming quality, and that the thing that they're calling beautiful has character to it that requires redemption. And that's fine. We talk about the beauty of life
That's not what
because
I'm
life
doing.
has suffering.
That's not what
Huh?
I'm trying to. That's not what I'm trying to do when I say beautiful. I really meant it in the vaguest sense. But for me, I want to make for me to make goals just by myself feels so lonely, and I just have such a strong, profound desire to make goals with another person. Like that's just something I really deeply, deeply, deeply want.
I'm not going to stop you from doing it.
I know.
So this is like maybe the point. I mean, me and you don't disagree on a lot. I think the only thing is that I think that I don't believe that there's an innately better, and maybe you do, but maybe you don't. Maybe we've gotten into a conversation where there isn't actually that much disagreement. There's just a lot to be unraveled. Also, hey, Finn, I'm going to do a little bit of darting really quick. I got 3 darts for Izzy. I think of relationships, friendships, family, bonds, and all of these things as having a character that is constantly morphing and that is not able to be summed up in any like ideal form. I want them to breathe. I want them to constantly reform their formal existence to match the changing conditions of the people inside of them. And I think the only way that we can talk about love and relationships in this sense is to admit that for some people, their conditions are going to be best suited by them making formal divestments from commitments that they currently have. I think divestment is just sometimes the right thing to do. Even in relationship, even if investment is good more of the time, or investment has its own objectively positive quality. I do think that there are circumstances and where divestment has its own objective quality, and I don't want to like have people go about thinking about life where if they're not investing, if they're not doubling down, if they're not becoming tightly wound into agreements, not just with people, but with the things that they're doing in their life, that they're living life in a way that is worse. I think it's actually best a majority of the time that a majority of the things in your life are divested from.
Well,
From like a detachment standpoint, like I think existentially, it's
I
like better.
agree in a way. So just the beginning thing you said like it should be morphing, and I agree that it should change. So like if you make goals with a person and you're like both of you or one of you like stuff changes, like you change the goal still. You know, the relationship keeps morphing and changing, and the goals keep changing. Let's see.
That's an 8. And I got one more dart for you. That could have been a 9. People would have fucking pogged up. They would have been pogged out of their goddamn gourd. And a 2, which is a rethrow, frankly. One more. So what's an 8? An 8? We watch up to 5 minutes of a YouTube video of your choice. We'll do that at the end of the conversation. Think
Probably
about the video
close to be done.
You said we're pretty close to being done?
Probably,
I think so,
yeah.
I feel the energy cooling down. But you get to have our outro of the night, Izzy. Pick an outro that we can watch and react to. So when I'm thinking about investment, or like what are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on the idea that in a lot of relationships, it might be objectively better that people become less invested in them? Do you think that people just
Yeah.
shouldn't be in relationships, that it's better to be divested from? Do you
No,
think
I
that it'd
think
be
that's
better to
okay.
not?
I think that's okay. But I don't think you like as the relationship changes, like you constantly change.
What if the only type of
Like
like relationship a person has in their life are ones where if they were fully invested, they would be in like a bad situation? Do you think that they should like what about people whose lives just suck? Because
yeah,
we're talking in an optimistic way because we're young. This is another thing that's sort of not talked about enough is that me and you are both. How old are you? Do you mind if I ask?
29 just turned.
Oh shit, we're both 29. I'm a
I
little
told you
bit older than
earlier.
you. You told
Yeah.
me earlier. I ignored
Yeah,
you.
we're same age, white guy with the mustache. Someone said we were like twins, and I was like, yeah, we're the same age, white guy, mustache, glasses.
Yeah, I know that you said same age, but I didn't. I thought you said that not knowing fully.
No, I know,
Um,
I know.
I thought it was like a guess. You investigated me. You
I
Googled me.
invested.
You searched me.
Yeah.
Listen, investigated like investigation, but with masturbation.
Oh yeah.
Investigation. Uh, libations. Anybody? No. Like we're young. It's really easy at our unique like. Well, we're leaving it right now. The 20s are a moment where a lot of people, it's clearly beneficial for them to be open. The 30s are definitely a place where it seems like you're at that middling point. Marriage, how it affects men and women is like this famous thing. And about 30s and 40s is where the biggest turns happen for both people. It gets worse for men who it's better for men to be married and worse for women to be married. And it becomes more extremely true over time. And one of the main reasons might be, as they say, that the sexual prime of men is much younger than the sexual prime of women, where they mature into the highest level of sexual desire later. So you have a lot of frustrated housewives. And it might also have some other factors, just like the mere fact that men don't lose freedom in the traditional parent role. They still go out to work and they're not stuck at home dealing with annoying
Sure.
kids every single day or something.
But that's just that's societal
What I'm saying is that
baggage.
the data is probably skewed due to that, so we can't be objective with the data. But I think when we get into the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, I can see why a committed relationship that is monogamous has like a lot of benefit. But I think that most of the benefits, frankly, are that everybody's like obsessed with fairness and everybody's like too invested in the idea that their partner shouldn't be doing something sexual with somebody else. Like I'm like, if I was married with somebody, I would never feel comfortable, I think, telling them not to have sex with other people. And I just don't understand why people are so confident about the idea of like setting those boundaries with people. Can you explain why you would say? Like what's so bad about
I'm
about
comfortable. I'm comfortable telling my partner, I want you to only pee standing up. I'm I'm comfortable with any weird number of arbitrary bureaucratic impositions in relationships.
can I do you know why I'm uncomfortable with it? Like because the more invested they are, the more that I feel like I'm taking advantage of their investment in order to get the thing that I want. I feel like I own them in a way that I'm not okay with. Like I don't think that it's right.
Okay. So I think okay. I have such a suspicion that a lot of this comes from a lot of societal baggage. But in my life, I have had a lot of people in my life who've done relationships in a way. I don't talk to him anymore because he's like a was unhealthy for me because he's like a narcissist. But this guy I was involved with in my life I was under his wing for quite a while. He was so uncomfortable with the fact that he was making a shit ton of money, like filthy rich, and his girlfriend was like a social worker, and he kept on like offering her outs, and he eventually he decided that he probably like manipulated her into wanting to do this because that's the kind of guy he is. But for that aside, he taught her how to code, and he trained her to get the same job as him so that they would have the same income, so that he wouldn't have power over her life, and it would be egalitarian. How he did that?
There's a strange irony. Yeah.
Yeah, how he did that is probably, yeah. Look, he wouldn't have said that. This is me, saying that probably is the case, but
Sure.
like he probably like had like plans on how he's gonna implant that idea in her head, and he probably like had thought about it very thoroughly.
Because you've had experiences with him that have made
Yeah.
you think that he's a premeditated, manipulative person.
Yeah,
exactly.
like I've had conversations with him about like what you would do if like your partner started like getting fat, and he's like, well, I'm fat too, so what I would do is I'd just say, let's start losing weight together, and that's my easy solution, he would say. But he always has a plan for every single thing like that, and he's like always got that kind of control over his friends and his relationships.
So funny.
Yeah,
It's so the opposite of me. It's like really hard to.
It's really awful. It's awful. It's awful, but that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about, though. That's not the part I'm talking about. Like, but the healthy thing about him, the healthy thing about that is, there was no unhealthy dynamic between the two where he was imposing his goals and stuff on her, because he improved her life such that she no longer needs him. Like he made it so that she can leave him. Like so
exactly.
Like, yes, so. So that is good, and I've seen a lot of egalitarian relationships structured as such, like separate bank accounts and stuff like that. So I feel like that really makes up for the goal setting and stuff. If you're doing the goal setting together and you're having a shared bank account, whoa, like now it's like way more fucky, like
Can I give you my formative example counter this? Because you're talking a lot about the ability to leave if she wants to leave. But this is the problem. So a formative moment in a relationship for me, one of the earliest relationships I had where I had sex with the person I was having that I was dating. Like, so I don't think it was the first. I think it was the first time I dated someone that I was having sex with, as opposed to just like a one night stand or something with someone that I'm like interested in. We didn't have sex for the first 7, maybe 8 months. She wasn't ready. That was like her explanation of it. Eventually, like maybe like 6 months in, I asked, pretty young at this time, I asked her whether or not she thinks that she's going to want to have sex in like the next so many months. I wanted to just know. And my understanding when I asked her this, my thought process was, I need to know whether or not I'm going to keep in this relationship, because I'm not interested, and I said this out loud, I'm not interested in being in a relationship that's never going to be sexual, or that isn't going to, and I want to start like developing sexual relationships now. Like that's where I am. So if that's not what you want to do ever, or if that's not what you want to do in like the coming future, like a near future, in like the next like 6 months or something, then I don't think that we're supposed to be dating. I thought that it was a fine thing to say, and maybe a lot of people would agree with me, but she takes this, and not just right away, but like over the next month or two, decides to start having sex with me. We have good sex, and it's like totally fine and good. But at the end of the relationship, she had a conversation with me about how she felt like she was pressured into having sex with me earlier than she wanted to start having sex, by the fact that an ultimatum was raised. And she would have preferred, and more importantly, that an ultimatum was raised at the point that it was. That if I raised it from the get-go, it would have been more moral. But the fact that it was like 5-6 months in, there's an emotional investment.
She had not had sex with you 5-6 months in?
We were pretty young. We were like mid-teens. I'm saying my first, like a really early relationship. So this is
Okay.
why I cared so much, because I was like, I've had sex like 2 times.
Yeah, but as an adult, that's different though. It's utterly not the same.
Well, no, I'm not trying to compare this as an adult. I'm using this to explain a concept. I haven't gotten to the concept.
Okay, just as a yeah.
So what I learned from this experience is that, and I can agree that maybe adults have a higher registry of acknowledgement here, though. But the thing that I learned from this experience is that even though I think her way of like thinking and feeling was like more intense by her age, and that both of us had like less control over and less rational thought at the time due to it, I still did realize from that moment going forward, I've taken the knowledge that when people are, the more invested a person is in something, the more value that it has, the more dubious it is to put something in ultimatum with it. Because then the agreement is corrupted by how valuable this thing on the other end of the spectrum is, the other end of the side of the scale. So let's say that I am dating somebody for 3 years, and then I say, and this is one thing that I'll say of those people that were saying about children from the get-go. They acknowledge it. It was the fact that they pressured it in the early stage that I think is bad. It's probably good to say, hey, I'm a person that in the long term wants to have kids. I think that that's fine. But if let's say that I never said at any point, and let's not say 3 years, let's say be less dramatic. Let's say 1 year into the relationship, I've never mentioned kids. But then I say to you, I don't think I'm interested in having a relationship with somebody that doesn't want to have kids. If you're 1 year invested into the relationship emotionally, there's more pressure on you to do something or to consider doing something that you would not have considered because of that investment than if I had said it from the get-go.
I think that's fair. I think it's fair.
So
I think
yeah.
like so say like you're in your mid 30s or whatever, and you're like, okay, I'm decided, like I didn't feel this way going in, but I think I want kids. Like if you do want kids and you don't say it, I think that's immoral. You have to say it, but you're gonna change, and when you change, then I think it's totally, absolutely, you should be able to, and the other person needs to be able to let go in that case, or like so. And I think that's a skill that people need to be able to have and be empowered to do.
Sure. And I think that it'd be good if every partner put on the opposite end of that question 1 year in is equipped to be able to strongly say no. And I'm not trying to do the thing that people do with women, where people say with women all the time that the capacity to say no is held back by fear, and then like apply it to men because like this is a thing that mostly happens to men. It's right, very seldom.
But this goes both ways though. Like it's not just that you're putting the pressure on her to have a kid, because the other thing that happens a lot is then she says, oh, I don't want a kid, and you're still in a relationship, and you're like, okay, well, I'll still be in a relationship, and then in your mind you're like, well, maybe one day you will. And then you just get strung along, and like you're sacrificed because you want kids, and you're sacrificed. And so that, I think, is just the horror of monogamy. It's just truly something that is part of monogamy.
Ironic thing. Sure. But then you're seeing my point, right? You're seeing my point
I accept it though.
You accept it, but
I accept it.
Do you see then that commitment and developing a form like for the norm of relationships to be this type of arrangement where by the fact that people are pursuing to get into long-term relationships where the deeper they are invested, especially at an early stage where they're still maturing and changing in a way at a faster rate, the danger is, and this would be my prescription if I had to be like a father giving wisdom to a child. I would say, don't pursue monogamy before your late 20s. Don't think about relationships monogamously until your late 20s, because you and the people that you're dating have not developed enough to the point where you actually know what kind of decisions you can wisely make, because decisions last longer than your current like foresight and emotional like capacity to understand the implications of them. It's not just because you're too young and like undeveloped brain. It's also you don't know what job you have yet. You don't know what your future skills will be.
Your life
until
is
you're
turbulent.
done. Your life is turbulent. So
Yeah.
I don't think people should be making, and I don't think people can mutualistically, wisely make decisions in that period of time. And more importantly, because they can't do so, and because being in a relationship that is committed makes it so that when you make those decisions together, the thing that you're calling beautiful is actually like crushingly severe.
Yeah, well,
Because
yeah,
if
it could
I'm
be bad.
dating
It could be
someone,
bad. It could be constructive. It could be so. Like the thing is, not only not only is it turbulent, but also you're the most plastic. So if you actually like, so in that situation, two people coming together with a goal, who are actually like equipped to achieve that goal, are actually going to be way better off than if they hadn't. So like, 'cause, that's just like teamwork makes the dream work kind of situation, but also you can totally fuck up. And I think that difference isn't it's not going to fuck up because it's monogamy. It's going to fuck up because you're a fuck up. I mean, every people fuck up. I mean,
there's a pretty important difference though, right?
I'm a fuck up
because it's not.
I'm just okay.
Well,
Sorry.
no,
No, just for the chat
would
or
not-
anybody listening. I'm not like anybody listening that like
I
if I
would
say that
never fuck up.
if that like tugs at anybody's heartstrings, like I'm a fuck up by my own standards there. Like, so okay, sorry.
Hey, what I'm trying to say is that, and I think that you gotta accept this, that a feature of a turbulent period mixed with the like emotional pressure and the sort of like time pressure that a lot of decisions are made with during that period of time is such that like monogamous relationships early in people's lives not only not like super wise to do, like sort of inadvisable, but they also create a situation where when you make a proposition to another person, you put them under a circumstance where the only type of choice they can make is an unwise choice. And I don't think that that's a good thing to be doing. If I go to my girlfriend of 3 years and I say, hey, I'm moving to Ohio. Like you said that thing before, you're dating a girl during college and she eventually is going to move. You're making plans to move with her. You don't actually probably know whether or not that's a good decision.
Wait, that's different. That's different than what I was saying. That's I agree with what you're saying. That's fool. Like you're taking her goal and you're just lopping onto it. What I'm saying.
No.
Wait,
Sure.
what I'm saying is the dream scenario, the thing that is beautiful, but the thing that like I have a deep desire to make goals and do them with people. It's not that I have a deep desire to weld myself onto someone else's goals or have someone else. I really don't want someone to just gleam onto my goals. Neither of those are desirable to me. I want what
You want to make goals together. I get that.
Unique goals together. Like me and you, we can do this because this is what we should do together. Unique goal.
Sure. But let's say that we're not even talking about like hopping onto somebody else's goal. Let's say that me and you are dating for 3 years. It's going to require a woman for this analogy anyway. So you're the woman in this instance.
Okay.
So I come to you and I say, I think that we should have a kid. And you think, because you like love me, even though you're on the fence, you're like, well, having a kid is better when we're in our youth. Let's say we're like 22 or something in this. It's probably better because like genetically it works out good. Like if we're going to have complications, I should have them while I'm young so that I'm more likely to survive the complications. There are all kinds of different
I don't
things
think I would
that
be
you say.
thinking that.
Well, you might be thinking that, but what you are, okay, let's say what you're really thinking. What you're really thinking is, because we're dating for 3 years, you're like, this is the person whom I, at the end of my youthful identity formation and through the early stage of my individuation into becoming an adult, I have identified so strongly with, you're going to have a difficulty actually separating your choices from me. You're going to have a difficulty imagining a future without me. And because of that, you're not going to be able to make the type of, I don't think that you actually have the necessary conditions to make a wise choice. And you're making in the moral imperative isn't just me and you, it's also the child. So I think that a lot of these big choices that happen in monogamy, especially heterosexual monogamy, are like, definitely you don't have the information necessary.
But the thing is, though, the thing that's fucking absolutely different is a kid is not a goal together. A kid, so what I would say, a kid is the end of your goals. Once you have a kid, your goals don't matter anymore once you have a kid. So
if your goal is to make a family, because that is a prerequisite for making a family in that definition.
In that definition, but my definition is the bonding pairing. Like you could make a polycule family even so like by my
although
definition.
It would smell like shit. It would smell bad, but the local Little Caesars would be economically booming. That I bet you could. I would put $50 down that every polycule in America. Well, there are a couple of reasons, but we'll get into that in a second. Every polycule in America, the nearest Little Caesars to their apartment is probably doing better off than any Little Caesars that doesn't have a polycule within like a 10-mile radius. You know those greasy freaks are slopping down hot and readies.
You're talking about Eldrazi right now, motherfucker.
I'm not actually. Is he a big Little Caesars guy?
I have no idea.
I'd love to know.
I have no idea.
Watching the VOD. I'm making memes. I'm sneaking memes in here to make him laugh. No, I mean I'm talking about. I've got a Little Caesars box in another room right now. I'm not poly, but I've done it before. No, I guess the main thing I was making a joke is these poly houses that you hear of. The meme with them is always that it's a bunch of not particularly attractive and also very often not exactly financially secure or successful people. You're like, we're in a polycule so that we can make the rent. You know what I mean? That's the sort of meme that people do nowadays.
Sounds nice.
It could be. I mean, in the way that a Rat King sounds nice, right?
Yeah. I'm very familiar with entering the rat den, in my dating experiences. Yeah, I had such a traumatic, like mildly traumatic experience, like and like just dating. I've done a lot of Tinder shit, and
yeah, me too.
Like you've gone to, I mean, also having gone to art school, you go to the den of art hose, and it's like filthy, and it's everything, every wall and every floor and every ceiling and every window is broken. Everything is just awful, and it's just mildly traumatic just being there, taking a shower there, like sleeping there, and yeah.
I think some of the let's as we're cooling down, I want us to talk about our most disgusting experiences or our like funniest experiences with Tinder. I've got one that's really good. I went to this girl's house. She lives in an apartment complex, like the most notorious apartment complex. Or it's not even an apartment complex. What it is a Victorian building that's been turned into an apartment complex. I went over to her house. We went on a date. The first date we went on, I can't remember what we did, but we went back to her place to hook up and for me to spend the night. And I get there, and when she flicks on the light switch, no warning, by the way, this deserved a fucking warning. No warning. She flicks on the light switch. The entire room has a black mat of texture that then erodes and reveals a rug and the floor that she sleeps on. Do you know what that means? I'm talking about cockroaches, buddy. This was a roach-infested building. The entire building so infested with roaches that when she turned on the lights, you could visually see the carpet reveal under their flesh.
Oh my god.
So fucked. And she doesn't mention it. She doesn't talk about it, which was so weird to me. But me being me, I pretended that it wasn't happening. You would have been out there in a second, Izzy. I'm serious. I should have. But she was very attractive.
Yep.
And she was very fun. I would have dated her if it. So I had the investment. Here's a great example. Yeah, Finn, you would have screamed. I was screaming internally. I slept that night on that floor with her. Now I will say, the second that we were there and the laptop's on, and even though the lights were off while we were sleeping, the laptop's on and there's like a light that is like a night light, they were avoiding us. And I guess you would. Obviously, you're a cockroach. Your survival instinct is to get away from the giants that crush you underfoot. But I feel like definitely one of them must have touched me while I was sleeping. There must have been one of them that went rogue. One of the most disgusting experiences. I went on a second date and went back home with her on the second date. They had cleared the infestation. But when I went on the date, I ordered a tequila sunrise at the bar, which if you don't know is tequila, orange juice, and a little bit of grenadine. It's just a really simple cocktail. The orange juice that they gave me must have been expired, or maybe some chemical got in it or something. While I was drinking it, I knew something was wrong. I felt disgusting and sick. I thought I was going to throw up. We went and got food. I felt a little bit better. And then I ignored it. We went back to her place maybe a couple hours later. We're drunk enough that we're not thinking about it. Don't worry, this does not end in a story of me like vomiting on this poor girl. We hook up. It's fine. There are no cockroaches. I'm so happy. I'm like ecstatic. I'm like, thank God I'm not spending another night in the roach den. Now, I am consciously aware this place was roach infested. So I'm still a little uncomfortable. I wake up in the middle of the night. That feeling came back. I go into her bathroom and I instantly start vomiting. This is the last date that we made. And so I'm in the shower. I have the hot shower on to try and make myself feel better. She like wakes up when I wake up and I tell her that I'm sick. She knew that I was going to be sick probably eventually. And I'm in the hot shower, just continually vomiting. And part of it, the entire time I'm thinking, this is partially like a psychic contribution to the vomiting, is the fact that I know that everywhere that I am right now was roach infested, but I also had the food poisoning likely. She ends up not going on a third date with me, maybe because she was disgusted by the fact that I like was vomiting in her bathroom.
That's
but I have to
lame
say
of her.
right now, so lame. I slept in your roach you didn't say shit about, and you can't let me vomit. I had one drink, so it wasn't that I got like wasted. It was that I was fucking food infected by their goddamn rotten orange juice. I still look back at it and I'm like, you were weak of will. She was disgusted. She lived in such squalor, but she couldn't deal with the fact she got the ick from me. I tolerated the biggest ick of all history for her. Unfair. These are the different standards between men and women.
I don't have anything quite like that, but I have so many gross ones. Like I could tell you like brief ones. Like
tell me some brief ones. I maybe opened up the biggest one of I hate to
you told it well too. You obviously told it before. Okay, so one I remember. Have you ever gotten oral thrush?
Oral thrush?
Okay, so you know what a yeast infection is, like in a pussy, in a vagina? Yes, obviously. Yeah. You have yeast in your mouth, on your tongue. The white stuff on your tongue is yeast. You have that all the time. There's a culture of yeast, and if that plumes, you get a sore throat, and like the corners of your mouth might get crusty. And it's called oral thrush. You can get that from eating pussy, but especially during COVID, though, if you eat pussy and then you put a mask on afterwards and you go out, so always brush your teeth after. If you're going to put the mask on after, always brush your teeth after that, and then before you go out. And then like I remember like I asked her like so like in the car ride, like next time I like, oh, there's like, so I was like, how's your health? And she's like, why are you asking that? But
so funny.
So many fucking period blood stories.
The period blood doesn't gross me out. There are You know what makes me feel worse is when girls are really like insecure about the period blood. I'm like, do you know that when you're on your period, it feels really good? Like psychologically, just like objectively, that's when it's like it's most sensitive. And they're just like, yeah, but I'm just so uncomfortable
Oh
by it. And
no,
I'm like,
like
okay,
not like sex period blood stories. I mean just like not like I mean just like not intentionally encountering period blood without knowing and like
okay, yeah.
um and like hippie girls like that are like being gross with it and like unhygienic and stuff like that.
I've got a great story about like a really fucked up relationship with a hippie girl. But tell us your
I
tell
had
us
another
a
one.
period blood one.
Uh,
I want your funniest period blood one.
they're all not that great. They're like it's like I just like I remember like reaching down like to the ground and like she had just taken off her like panties and like I like put my hand in like Jello and like cuz I just was touching the ground and I was like it's like and
There was like a
yeah.
thick bloody discharge in the what was it, like a pad or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun one. Not everyone's favorite by any means.
But she just left it there. She just left it there though, like on the floor next to us and like it's just
Kind of a girl boss. Kind of a girl boss. Honestly.
I guess.
That's like if a woman had Gus Fring energy. She's like final boss. You know what? You know what? Every hippie girl, when you go on a date with her, the red health bar when you get into bed, that's her period blood right there. It just
Yeah.
goes ba 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 ba. You're like having sex with her, and then you think that the period blood's over. You get out of bed, you reach down, you accidentally touch the gelatinous mold of blood. The second health bar comes in.
Yeah.
It's not over, buddy.
That particular date also we wasn't like her bed. It was like her partner's bed, but I didn't know she had like a partner like, so many fucking of these times. And so
That's
she
so funny.
and she this is the one that tattooed Cummy's band on me. Because she had experience tattooing, she had like all kinds of different needles and shit. And so like, and that's something I planned on for a long time. So I also got like a small heart tattooed on my butt in the backseat of a sedan in a Lowe's parking lot in at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Um, anyway, and I tattooed a like a ghost on her butt, and but I'd never tattooed before, and she's a moron for it. Like I know I feel awful. Like, it's just like I don't know. Like I don't know. Fucking no. I hope she
It's
likes it.
apt that you tattooed a ghost on her because she's going to be haunted by that mistake for the rest of her life.
Yeah, the heart's fine. It's a little tiny little.
How big was the ghost? Sizable, like real estate, like about like a 2 by 2 inch square of ghost.
1.5, 1.5.
Okay, okay.
But
Girl inches or boy
anyways, so the gelatinous and the tattoo, it wasn't like her bed, it was like her like partner's bed, and I didn't know she had him, and like he was like saying like it was okay, but like also like he was like around and I could tell he was uncomfortable, but then like we were like, you know, like we were acrobatically like maneuvering around in the bed, and then like I leaned against the wall, and then suddenly like the world was ending because it's loud, like the whole room started like buzzing really loud, and apparently like it was like his vibrator, like a really big sizable one that was like wedged in between the bed and the wall, and it was making but like we couldn't figure it out for the longest time, and it was just like so loud, and then when I discovered what it was, and it was like someone else's like vibrator that was in there, and like it was just weird.
That's fun. I had a girl that I dated for a while that fell asleep with her vibrator on her and it melted in her sleep. She used to get like high and masturbate for hours. That was like her thing.
Okay.
So she would just like be doing whippets like crazy, laying in bed with the vibrator between her legs. She was like a drug addict, obviously.
Yeah.
But she had like stopped taking hard drugs and decided that whippets was fine and masturbating excessively was like her way of replacing hard drugs.
Okay.
Not advisable, but I'm not going to tell you what to do in your personal time. I'm going to say like, but she sent me a picture of it melted, and and it was like in a bed with like 100 empty air capsules for like a massive amount. She like had
that's a Sigma grind set woman there.
Yeah, that's a Sigma grind set woman right there for sure. She's grinding till it melts. I had a similar experience with a girl with a partner, But what was crazy about it, so this is I'll give the trigger warning. Some people, this was a pretty traumatic experience for me. I won't go into super messed up details with this. Or I will actually. Yeah, I'm gonna get into some messed up details at the end of this story. So just be aware. So I matched with her on OkCupid. First red flag. Second red flag, we were hanging out. We went to her place, I think after being at the karaoke bar for like maybe an hour, hanging out. It's going pretty well. I like that she has this sort of like joie de vivre that's very energetic. And she's also like, she breaks the mold in a way that I find very attractive. My favorite type of women that I've ever been with is women who are able to just like talk about things. And not only that they're willing to go to places, but that they'll put the conversation into places that a lot of people won't. Like, I like a person who's bold. So I'm very attracted to her. We go back to her place. So she's driving. I'm not driving. I back then didn't have a car. I would like ride my bike. I was like fixie, like I was like probably like 21, 22 at the time. We go to her place. We show up at the place. It's the same house of the girl whose vibrator melted doing the whippets and everything. Although that had not happened yet. So they live in the same house. And I'm like, wait a second. When did she move into this house? Because this is like the house where all of the gross punks lived. The one that like was the former drug addict, doing all that stuff. And then also this one who is, as I'll soon learn bit by bit, has a little bit of a fuck dynamic going on there. The other person that lives there, the drummer in the band I'm in, who is or was up until maybe like a week, maybe less than a week before I came over, in a long monogamous long-term relationship with this girl that I was going on a date with. So it's my drummer. It's his ex from like as little as a week ago. She's brought me over to hook up with me. She's hanging out in public, like making a show of it. I'm super uncomfortable. He's just like slamming doors, not talking as he's walking through the room. He's like, they're clearly in the midst of like a terrible breakup. And the worst type of breakup is the one where you still live together. Frankly, I've been in those too. It's the fucking never fucking move in with somebody before.
We know
like,
that this is going to get bad too. We know this is going to get bad too. So.
You know that. Okay, so this is going to get worse. So he's silent in his room, just like with a candle lit, no lights on. They're all, they have electricity, but they're all like, living as cheaply as possible. No one has a job. Everybody has like,
oh God,
this type of house. Yeah. So she's smoking cigarettes inside in the living room. He lives on the bottom floor. We're like only separated by the door. So we're on the couch. His door's like 7 feet away. And then he's right behind it, silently in there, writing in like a notebook, probably fucking like murder fantasies about us with like by the candlelight. It's such a crazy aesthetic. Eventually, she's trying to fuck me on that couch there, and it's clear that she's doing it to like fuck with him. And I don't think she even knows that I'm in a band with him. I think she straight up just like is unaware why it's affecting him so much, but she's loving that it's like fucking with him. She's like abusing him using my body. I'm uncomfortable with this. I push us to like go upstairs because I don't want to do that. This is like kind of my friend, not really, but it's at least a guy that I know who's friends with somebody. Anyway, we go up to their room, her room. She's smoking. She's saying all kinds of fucked up shit. She's like mean. She's like mean. And I'm just like kind of like letting it go. I'm like pretty intimidated by her at this point though. We have sex, totally fine. We go to bed. We're in the same bedroom that will later be the bedroom where that vibrator melts also, which is so funny to me. So this room has history with me. We wake up and I want to go home, but she has to drive me. We're like across the highway. She is like trying to have sex with me. She's like pushing it. I'm like, okay, this is fine. She asked me to have sex with her. And the day before, we used a condom. we're about to get to the part where this is the fucked up part. So we
Is
used a
this where
condom the
your
day before.
fear of cum touching women is from?
I think partially.
Okay.
'Cause I get some trauma from this event, but my fear of cum touching women starts before this, but it probably gets like formalized by it. It's probably integrated. I ask her and she's like, and I'm like, wait, do you mean like without a rubber? Because she doesn't go and get a condom and she doesn't tell me where one is. And we used one yesterday, so it's like an agreement thing. She says, yeah. And I'm like, I start talking with her. I'm like, I just don't do that. We met yesterday. And she starts putting on the whole thing. Like, she turns it around, makes it so that I'm insulting her. She's talking about what you don't trust me? You think I would like what? You're gonna just, okay. And she's like doing this thing. Eventually I'm just like, fuck it. Terrible experience. Obviously I'm like, fearfully coerced into the situation. It's very similar to the way that women talk about like the way that it's like she Andrew Callahan'd me, right? She rizzed me in the way of pressure in the pushy thing. And I still remember from this time and that I never see her again. I never talk to her ever again after this. She eventually drives me back afterwards. And the part that was the most crushing, I look on the top of the dresser. She told me that there were no condoms, and that was the reason that she was asking me to do it. There were condoms on the top of the dresser.
Mm-hmm.
On the way out while we're leaving. And I got to this point where I'm like, okay, this person is like straight up a psychopath. She's doing this to her ex. She's like purposely, apparently she's just like, you know, does the what everyone talks with guys like, she wants to fuck me raw and I don't want to do it, but she pressures in. She's doing all this, and in the entire thing, I'm like looking at all these conditions and I'm looking at all this, and I'm looking and thinking about it more and more, and there are people who in their understanding of another person will conceptualize of them a goal. And even though it's really easy to look at her goal and see how that was like, that's not consent. We use our language for that now. That was like actively used to abuse another person and theoretically me in the process. It's really easy to enable those. But the thing that I still think to this day is, what's really messed up about it is the motive that got her to even do that, which is that she had a goal in mind and she understood me as a functional tool towards it. And that's the thing that enables people to be put to themselves act out things like that. I think that abuse always comes from seeing people as a means to an end.
Yes.
And it's never safe to see people as a means towards an end, because it like creates a way of relating to others that brings you closer and closer to being able to be apathetic to the person that you're engaging with.
Okay. Listen. Okay. I'm not going to change your mind. This is deeply entrenched. Okay. But I have a different experience. Okay. So like, I was just flirting with someone last night, and my first and the thing I appreciated was this person was very like forthcoming, sort of. So
yeah.
So basically, I asked like, if you had whatever your way is, what is your goal that you would have of me? And she said that, and then she asked me the same thing, and we said that. And then in doing that, we have defused that, and now new goals can be like so. I think just being forthcoming about that is just like what she should have done, in my opinion, the woman you're talking about, like. I'm sure she's a psychopath, but that aside, like she should have been I want to hurt my boyfriend and do like let's fuck to hurt my boyfriend. You know, like that would have been so different. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
I
you
had
probably
a girl
wouldn't
once
have.
I had a girl once that did this, not with sex, because we were younger, but she like asked me to drive her to her ex's house, and then she went up to the door and just started punching the door and like breaking stuff in the front yard, and I was like. She didn't tell me that that's what she couldn't do, but she like asked me to drive her to ex's house. And I was like,
wow,
they're probably going to get in a fight. And she wants to have someone that can like drive her home instead of having to get a drive back from him. And it's really, if she said to me, will you drive me to my boyfriend's house so that I can like cause a scene and fuck some shit up and then have an escape ride?
It might have been more awesome. I've had
I
that
would have
similar.
maybe said yes.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
might
yeah.
have said
I've
yes.
had that.
I would
I
have
had
been
that.
like, that's funny as hell.
I did that with my ex and like slashing the tires of her like abusive dad. Like
My
he was.
God.
Yeah, and so like I mean, like if she had not told me, that would have been horrible. But I was like, it's it didn't.
But
We didn't end up doing it. We didn't end up doing it, but I was willing to.
So this is what I'm saying though, is that I'll underline my point because I didn't really in that is that even if I was roped into it, I still think that it would have been wrong for me to say yes to it. I'm still doing something wrong. It's not just about like me and her in that instance. And I think in the same way that you said that every relationship that you have, kind of like the one between like a parent and a potential stepdad to be like a boyfriend with a child, like every relationship is made in such a way that it will like echo into all other friendships and relationships and potential relationships that person will ever have. The subjectification as opposed to objectification, like I said before, you are like putting forth a denial of their like uniqueness and their presence in other people's lives by putting them into that circumstance. I think it's just like about my fundamental discomfort with being like a definer of the world in that way. And that's like a subjective thing. I don't think that it's wrong for other people to do it, but I'm just never going to feel okay doing that. I'm never going to feel okay being a person that puts expectations on a person and says that they should do it if I think that there is anything pressuring them to say yes. I want like maybe in the most obsessive sense, I want enthusiastic consent to almost everything that is a sacrifice that my partner makes. If my partner is sacrificing having sex with other people, I need to make sure at every moment I'm like, you could at any point start having sex with other people, right? And I would have nothing I could do about it. I wouldn't want to do anything about it. Like I need them to know that, so that when they make that sacrifice, they're making it because they want to, not because they understand it as a cost for the benefits that they understand from my relationship.
Well, I do the same thing. I do the same thing you're describing. But I do that with women. Like so, like I like women will like test men in certain ways, and one way I test women is I constantly test their ability to consent and their ability to say no. And like if they're ever like iffy, then it's like, well, okay, well I'm not doing anything with you if you can't say no.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, so like yeah, so I do that, but what I desire is someone who I know can say no, and then I don't have to do that.
Of course, that's the ideal. But I don't think that that's attainable knowledge. I don't think that that's actually like I'm maybe just really, really skeptical or really, really cautionary about it. But I don't think that I never feel like I actually get a confident sense in the way that a person would need for that. So when I'm thinking about like, well, this girl's never been wishy-washy on shit before, I'm always recognizing that as the relationship goes forward, as investment builds, there's more compounding pressure that might make them a person who is now unable to say no to something that is a 50-50, or somebody who like that's a level of caution that's
I've
like
had the opposite
unneeded.
experience. I've had it so that someone I thought could say no, then I suddenly thought they couldn't, and then I was like, okay, well I no longer consent because I don't feel like you can say no anymore. I've had that also, but I just I feel like I'm always sort of gauging that sort of. I don't know.
I think that it's good to gauge it. I think
Yeah.
I just don't know whether or not I don't think that it's necessarily an innate feature of the person. That I think that it might boil down to what the individual ask is. Like it's a lot easier to say no to food for some people than it is for sex. It's a lot easier to turn down a And it partially has to do with, and I think this is why I front load and I try and make sure my partners know, like, you can dump me whenever you want. I am a temporary thing in your
I
life,
wouldn't
no
say
matter
that.
what.
I wouldn't say that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't bear it.
Uh,
Of
um,
course of course they can, but like,
I need them to be aware. I
uh,
need them to be aware, because
well,
if they're
no.
not aware, then I don't feel comfortable with a majority of the things that we're doing. Because if they are like in a position where they think that I am that I've defined my life in a very strong way as being like, what's the best way to put this? I've defined my life and the value of life on our relationship, and that if that was no longer there, that it would do a substantive harm to me. If they believe that, that's an incredible pressure for them to keep doing it. And I don't want them to have any pressure to keep our
So
relationship together that
yeah,
doesn't come from inside of them.
so that's the thing though. Like, so in doing that, um, that's why I say I can't bear to, and I understand where you're coming from. I'm much more selfish in this way, but in order to alleviate that pressure, you have to become the person who doesn't need them to stay. And that I don't want to I want to need them. I want to need someone. I want to need someone.
I don't want to need anybody.
I
So
know.
that's like a difference here for sure. That's true.
Yeah.
Um, I believe that every human in that they have wants in life, thus will have needs contingent to those wants. But that's why I believe so much in letting go of desire. That's why I believe so much that desire should not be a defining element of life. Because every need, by the way, this is like a thing I've said a couple of times, but I want to outline it. There are no real needs. Every need is conditional to a desire. And it's always so, like, if I want to continue living, I need to eat, I need to drink, I need to do XYZ. If I want to stay in a relationship, I need to abide by the conditions of it. I need them to abide by the conditions that make it so that I continue feeling comfortable staying in it, supposedly, I guess. But like, none of these are real needs. They're only needs in relationship to a desire that I've decided to identify with. I think that identifying with a desire is a sacrifice of agency in such a way that, one, I think it's a delusion. It's not objectively true. And then two, it's like a sacrifice of like the moral character of my decisions. I need to be able to make decisions from a place of of pure honesty and
But
pure
why can't both
modality.
people why can't both people desire something for the other on
What do you
behalf
mean
of
by
the other?
that?
Also,
What,
I think
you-
often like something I would want a partner to do, ideally, like the perfect partner. Like, often the thing that's best for you is not what you're gonna want, and it's not something you're gonna need to hear, isn't something that you're gonna want to hear, and so your partner is invested in doing that for you. You know, like, and they fill that role of, like, you can't do that for yourself. Like, it's impossible. So you have them as that buffer, and it's like, no, buddy. Like, I mean, you're partners, and it's like, yeah, you need tough love in this case. Like, and I need, I want that, and I want, like, and that's something. I recently told someone that, like, well, like, it's just like, sometimes the best thing you can do for someone is to cut them out of your life or something. Like, maybe you have like someone who you're like innate, like, so, like, situations like that, but like, you know, um, you know,
Kind of, but I don't. I don't have relationships like that. I really have relationships, or like I try to pursue composing my relationships in such a way that all I am, all I feel like I should be, is something that exists on the axis of their desires. I'm not trying to form a better life for them if they're not trying to form a better life for them. I don't think that's good. I think that it's good when it's good, but with a majority. So I used to do something kind of like that, and not just with dating, but like with people, period. I used to be of this persuasion, and I still relate to it in a way, but of this persuasion where my whole thought process was something like, people are I have an obligation to have everybody that is of relation to me live the best life that they have and have the best way of living as possible. So if I can, I'm obliged to like force them out of comfortable denials. I'm now no longer of that persuasion, because I've sort of come to this rationalization, or come to like disagree with the rationalization, because I think that there isn't like an objective quality that I can actually access. Like, let's say, okay, imagine it this way. I have somebody in my life that is claiming that they want to find a partner, and they want a partner who like loves them dearly and will grow old with them. But then every time that they date somebody, they like break up if it's a person that likes them too much. I used to be of the persuasion that I'm doing something wrong if I don't go up to them and tell them, you're either lying to yourself or you have a clear obstacle in your approach. There's something wrong here. But now I'm of the persuasion that people know the lie, and people have the right to live in the lie, as long as it's not harming others. If it's harming others, if it's doing like a clear material harm, then sure. So like if you're, but if it's not an encroaching force, people are allowed to live in the lie. I'm not going to go up to people and do the capital A atheist thing of saying like, fucking like, you by believing in God are investing like emotional hope into something that is probably going to like make you not live your life to the fullest. You should live your life as if heaven doesn't exist, or say something like that. I'm going to just be like, well, this person has chosen to live under that act of faith. And then similarly, I'm gonna like look at other people, and I'm gonna say something like, if you are in that dating pattern, I'm gonna be like, I'm sorry that I'm sorry that you keep finding yourself in relationships that aren't satisfactory. Hey, what's up, Weppy D? Oh, Weppy D. We're just cooling down. We're talking about a very deep conversation about relationships right now, I'd say.
I think I find it more nuanced than that. I find that I pick and choose when I think it is important and when it isn't, and I don't think you should do the capital A atheist thing, but there maybe is a time when you should, and like, you know, it's not going to be common, but there might be a time when someone's actually like really fucking themselves up, and like that's the time, like you know, but yeah.
Maybe. And I guess if I love somebody, and I think the best way to do it, and I would be willing to do this, I would go to them if I love them dearly and I think that it's hurting them. Just to reply to both your implication, but also Socrates' explicit question. What if it's clearly making them miserable, or it's making me miserable listening to them? There's a breaking point. I used to be like fucking immediate on it. I even just over like the last maybe couple of months, I've been questioning that, because there are a lot of people who I think that I might actually just be like, it's a coping mechanism. I think that denial can sometimes just be like a survival mechanism, and I never can know when it's not or when it is. So lately I've been of the persuasion that if I don't see it harming others, if it's not an imposition onto somebody else, then I think I have to be I have to play safe and think this person might unconsciously know something that I can't see, and let them live in a delusion. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe because my old belief was doing that is letting them self-harm, and that letting someone self-harm when I can clearly improve their conditions is wrong. I'm becoming more skeptical of my old position on this. I don't know. Well, hey, real quick, because I think that we're pretty much done.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for tuning in. I'm gonna I'm gonna ask you this on. You don't have to say yes or no, but do you have like a VOD recording of this by any chance?
Yes.
On your end?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely email it to me. I'm gonna be and I
or
can
the whole thing.
If you can link me a way to download it.
Or
the whole thing.
It's
Or
on YouTube.
Like that,
you can just use like a YouTube downloader. I mean, I don't know if it's the same quality.
Yeah, Izzy, we are gonna watch the video.
It's like 4 hours, so.
Yeah, I know it's a huge thing.
I don't know how to do that.
I can try downloading it. Somebody link you Smeth's YouTube.
I'll figure it out if I have to.
Smeth, can you message me in Discord the link, and I'll just post it straight in chat?
Yep.
Weppy D, by the way, if anybody in chat wants to, ! Discord, join the Discord, and then Smeth has posted a link multiple times in the Discord, but it'd also be good to have more people in there. I'll go ahead and do my selfish plug while we're at it. I
have all of your links in my description, but I'll post your.
Whoa! Awesome.
Yeah, I'll post your links also.
There's the YouTube for. There's the YouTube in the Discord there. In the Discord. Smeth, do you want to hang out and watch this video with us?
Sure.
Can you re-link it, Izzy? By the way, we can do a live react together. Let me make you quite a midget of a man, as I will do with myself. I feel like my frame rate is fucked right now. Can everybody on the watching the stream confirm, is my frame rate fucked? Like, am I going real slow right now?
Flame of ambition.
Hey, Sam Wish, thank you for the follow. Welcome to TunaChip. Glad to have you in.
All right, where's this link?
Izzy posted it in the chat of my stream. Let me default these darts out of here, and then I'm gonna pull this up on stream. Oh, sweet! It's the "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared." It's been a long time since I've seen any of these. These are they fall in line with the sort of Happy Tree Friends-esque type deal. It's not noticeable, if so, but you're also editing here and not paying 100 attention. That makes sense, Dissy. Whoa, hold on. Oh, that's a Gappy V peanut butter jelly time happening. That's pretty cool. Hadn't seen that before. Let's full screen this. I'm gonna turn off my background music now. And bada boom, bada bing. Let's watch this. Do you have the link?
No.
Or you want me to send it to you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I didn't know. Let me Control V the link for you in a second here. Click on this. Copy, delete. I'll send this to you in Discord. Boom. Sent. Okay. So this was sent in by Izzy. Izzy, thank you so much for your continued support of the stream. Smith, tell me when you're ready to hit play. I'll bring it to 0, and we can try hitting the space bar at the same time.
All right, hold on.
something happen on January 19th? Is there like a something? Because there's like a wanted poster here, and it says January 19th, and I'm like, wait, why does that date ring so strong in my brain? That when my balls dropped?
All right, ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Isn't it nice to finally be outside on such a beautiful day?
Yes, and I've packed us a delicious chicken picnic.
Ugh.
Huh?
Pesky bee.
Guys, really quick. It's literally Destiny right now. That's literally
He
what
seems
Destiny looks like
upset
right
about
now.
something.
That blue hair,
I
my
wonder
god.
what will happen.
It makes you sad, doesn't it?
Huh?
That there's so much hatred in the world. I hope you don't mind
Full
if
of
I ask you a
lies.
question.
A little baby pigeon.
Have you ever wondered why we're here? What's it all about? You've no idea. And everywhere you look, all you see is hatred and darkness, death and fear. But you know it doesn't have to be that I hate you and you hate me. 'Cause even though we're different, it doesn't make a difference. And we can live in harmony. I know you don't know who I am, but maybe I could hold your hand, and together we could understand about love.
Huh? I feel tingly.
Yes, that's love, my friend. And it's time for you to learn all about it. And do you ever feel like life's unfair? 'Cause everybody hates you and no one cares. But if you follow me, maybe you will see that love is everywhere.
What is love? Is it in the sky?
No, it's a feeling deep inside.
Because I'm hungry.
No, you're lonely. I can see it in your eyes.
I don't understand.
Don't worry, you will soon. Come and meet some of my friends. They know all about love. Come on, just over the rainbow.
Oh, look, there he goes, flying through the sky.
Maybe we should follow him, or we'll get left behind.
Yes, but there's lots of chicken left. I'd like to eat the chicken.
I'd also like to eat the chicken. Let's do that instead.
So here we are with all my friends, and they love you, all of them.
Yes, we do.
It is true!
We love you.
You love us too.
I love you too, furry boy.
Harder.
Now we've eaten the chicken, I don't know what to do.
Maybe we should look for our friend. Isn't that what friends do? And we have finished the chicken picnic.
To love each other is to care, to be kind.
And to share. I love my friends, so I give them a hug.
I made this for you because I love you so much.
I love my pet because he's a crab.
I love this tree and I love this stick and I love
No, no,
this
no,
mug.
that's not how it's done. You must save your love for your special one.
My special one?
Everyone has a special one.
Even me? But I am lonely.
Yes, it's true, but do not worry. You're confused, but that's okay. Let me put it another way.
This is the story of Michael, the loneliest boy in town. This is the story of Michael, the ugliest boy in town. Ugly and weak, they called him a freak, so he lived on his own underground. He lived on his own underground. He lived on his own underground.
You see, everyone has a special one.
Even Michael.
Your heart beats hard like a big love drum, calling for your special one.
So be patient, because just maybe
Your special one will come.
He's made for her.
And she's made for him.
that's the way it's always been.
And it's perfect.
And it's pure.
And it's protected with a ring.
That's the way that all love goes.
Like a flower, it grows and grows.
And it's forever.
And forever.
And now we all worship our king. Our king. Our king. His name is Malcolm.
He is the king of love.
We must feed him.
We must feed him gravel.
Or he becomes angry. And this is your chance to start anew. And all we're asking you to do
is change your name.
Clean your brain.
Forget about anything you ever knew.
And your heart will vanish home.
And our love will never go.
Now wear this ring
And join the king.
and you will never be alone.
Oh, there you are. We've been looking for you all afternoon.
We're sorry we upset you, but look, we've brought you the last boiled egg to cheer you up.
I guess it must be because we love you.
For me?
Father! Pesky bee.
Okay, the rest of what I have here is credits. I finished it on my end.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Izzy, you did a great job of making a poignant or like on-topic video. I had no idea that it was going to be sort of like themed thematically so tight to our conversation.
Yeah.
It's kind of a cool little feature.
Emotionally.
Let me think about this. I mean, yeah, I kind of like this fever dream type shit when it has like sort of like an underlying thing. Sometimes these things are just like really absurd and they have no underlying sort of like concept or interesting commentary. This one has a little bit of it, right? It's got the big thing, this idea of I guess fear of commitment is sort of the thing that's being explored here. I've sort of explored the idea of it too. Obviously this one's like referential to this idea of love that is very much so tied into the Christian narrative. It's very much so about like love in that context.
Join the king.
I don't know. Yeah. He's our king and we have to feed him gravel or else he gets really pissed.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is never have any impure thoughts ever, wear this ring, and then you'll be loved forever. This is kind of a thing that I've thought about before, and you know, just to wrap this into the conversation, I also think that I resent what's been done to love by the way that we've treated love as a means towards getting rid of the uncomfortable feelings that we have about death. A lot of people talk about love as this thing that redeems the negative fact of death in life, that and other negative parts about life, the suffering and everything. I had this conversation with Drazi before. I don't think that, one, that love is equipped to deal with the absurd. I don't think that that's actually true. And then separately, I also think that the negative parts of life, to give love a job, to give anything a job, to give anything a purpose, and to not instead allow things that just naturally exist to simply be for themselves, bastardizes them. I think that it's like kind of fucked, right? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think that no,
No.
I'm getting tired. Yeah, I just think love.
I get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't even think anymore. But I enjoyed that, and it's gonna haunt my dream. I mean, I've watched it before. I think like quite a while ago, but
I don't know if I saw this one. I've seen a lot of these.
I watched them all. Yeah,
I
watched them.
Yeah.
It's a good series. It really it flows, and there's like some flow to it. It's really good.
Have you watched Wonder Chosen?
I can't say so.
Wonder Chosen. So I made a reference to Wonder Chosen earlier in the stream. Kids on the beat, kids on the street, beat kids, and then they sent like a kid to Wall Street with like a little microphone, and she would go up to random Wall Street people and say, "How many people did you exploit today?" And they would all get really uncomfortable. And then they went to a meat market once with that girl, and she like hello, officer. And then she like put her microphone forward, and then it was like a severed boar head that was in the glass window of the thing. Just like a really funny old. It was made by God. Who's that motherfucker with the glasses? Bald. He's a comedy writer that was pretty big in the 90s. He was associated with a couple of sketch comedy things. God, I can't remember his name. I can imagine him right now. He's white, bald, glasses, sort of thick glasses. He was depicted as a stoner in a couple of comedy movies. Doesn't matter. You can barely think. I can't imagine using you as Google right now. What an abrasive task to put on you. Well, thanks everybody for the stream tonight. Smeth?
Yes.
Thank you for being content. Thank you for being a comrade in content. It was a good conversation.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what kind of thoughts this provokes in the people that, especially Drazi, considering that the two of y'all's conversation and my conversations with Drazi. I'm going to be having a stream in the future with Drazi. It's not scheduled yet, but he's decided that I'm the final boss of the free speech series. I believe. I might not actually be, but I've made that joke with him. He's like, I'm going to have that conversation with you in the future. So we'll see. Maybe me and him will address some of the points from this stream and that. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Everybody, he doesn't stream on Twitch. He streams on YouTube. And
Real Smeth on YouTube. Yep.
Recommend that you give him a follow. And definitely watch some of those streams.
TunaChip
very
on
creative
Twitch.
guy.
TunaChip on Twitch.
Just TunaChip, one word, flat. No fancy frills.
Camel case?
Did you say animal case?
Camel case. No, it's not camel case. It's just camel case is when you only capitalize the first letter of every, but you capitalize the T and the C.
On Twitch, I think that it actually has no capitals.
Oh, really? I thought I looked at your Well, I put
on
that in my description. You have some capitals. I can fix.
Well, if the link works. If the link works, it works.
Yeah.
Hey, let me check this really quick. Yeah, actually, you know what? So the way that Twitch works, I think that it doesn't matter because the capitals get rounded down. But in the way that it shows, yeah, it does. So yeah, the URL doesn't care about it.
Yeah, of course.
But I do station it, where it is, I guess.
Yeah.
Camel case. I get the analogy of camel case, I guess. This idea that it's those are the humps.
Yeah, but camel case, if it was camel case, the T wouldn't be capital because camel case is for coding and shit. Like when you don't put spaces inside shit, you can see the beginning of words.
Sure.
Like you name your variables like in camel case and stuff. But yeah, anyway.
Awesome. Good talk.
Awesome.
Have a good night. I know that you're crashing, so
yeah.
I'll see you later.
See you later. Peace.
Good night. Peace and
Oops. So I don't have, if there's anybody still watching, I don't have anything scheduled. Might be doing a stream with Sarah, Neil, Teresa at some point, and tomorrow she streams something that I might pop on, but I'm not going to be streaming it here. But I posted an announcement on my Discord. It's got a stream scheduled, earrings and grievances, with some stuff to do with Destiny's Discord server and her and Destiny's Reddit, and she just like isn't able to express herself because she was banned from the Discord, and now she's downvoted, so she has no karma. She can't respond to people on Reddit. She's doing a stream, so I showed her how to set that up, and might hop on there and talk to her. Have a good night, everybody, and if you stuck around, thank you.